Alright. Oh shit. That's some high luminosity shit. Alright. Let's get the chat even though that, well, we're alone. So let's still get that chat going. Today we're doing some research stream for the next kernel video. So we're going to read a bunch of shit of Phoronix. We're going to suffer. And the target for today is to complete 3/4 of the research. Maybe not deep dive into too many subjects, but... Ooh, my air are going to kill me today. That's alright. Alright. So let's get this started. Let's make sure that I don't leak anything. Start Obsidian. Alright. Alright. Okay. Let's display the screen and let's go for it. Alrighty. Today I've got a coffee. Sorry for the ear destruction there, but it's an old coffee. Does not taste that bad. Not that bad. We're still good. Alright. So since the last time that we did a little bit of research, there's a new RC that has been released. So let's actually go into looking at what was said by Linus, because that might be a little interesting. Alright, like that. Okay. RC6. So we finally ended up with a slightly bigger RC than usual for this stage in the release cycle. But it's not that big. And things still seems quiet, stable, and civilized in... Shit, I don't know what this means. IOW. In... Fuck. IOW. Bro, not Isle of... Not Iowa. Fuck. In our work, in our wisdom. Fuck. It's starting bad. In other words, holy shit, that was hard. Okay. Grammar. In other words, I'm just chalking this all up to some pent-up work from the holidays, although it might also just be random fluctuations in the pull request timing. Things started out pretty calm on the last week, and a lot of work came in over the weekend, which is not unusual, but it was perhaps even more pronounced than it sometimes is. Anyway, the slightly larger size does make me think that that my plan to do an extra RC8 remains reasonable. Thank you, good lord. Even if the whole nothing looks odd and scary means it probably isn't really a hard requirement. Please make it happen, because I need it. The diff stat looks pretty normal, with drivers altogether now networking and GPU dominates being about 1/3 of it all, with the rest being all of the usual suspects. A fair amount of cell tests, some documentation, some Arch updates, and various core kernels, memory management, and file system update. Go for a fan test and report any issue you find. Thanks. Yeah, I'm off today, so I'm streaming for the whole day. Hello, Isaac. Alright, so nothing interesting here, so we're going to just store it like all of the other. External link. Okay, so first one is the name, second one is the link. We're preparing the kernel video. Alright. So that's done for the... Hello, it's Commander. Let's give you some perks. There we go. Alright. How's it going? Been a long time that we've seen each other. The project's going well, but today is kernel research. And maybe, maybe I'll be a bit different considering that I've slept. It helps. It helps a lot. Alright. Let's go into the feature. Now, you know what? We need an ad blocker for this one. I'm sorry for Onyx. I look your things at work. I'm sure that you get quite the coin from the ads that I click on just so you can make more money, but ad block will be needed today. Which one do you guys prefer? Which ad block is the best? Does anybody know? Is it uBlock? Yes, okay. I guess I need to click here. Sorry, my Phoronix Lord. Love you a lot. I'll donate to you if ever I make a little bit more money. Alright. So, well, let's read it all. With Linux 6.19 RC1 release, the merge window for Linux 6.19 has now concluded. Here's a summary of the interesting Linux 6.19 new features and changes from this kernel version. Linux 6.19-RC1 was released on Sunday and will see weekly releases candidate until the 6.19 stable is ready to debut around early February. Linux 6.19 introduced the Live Update Orchestra, sounds good, adds PCIe link encryption and device authentication infrastructure, new driver like ASUS Armory, and for UniWill laptops, don't know about those, the DRM Color Pipeline API, the new console font. Those two things sounds very fun. AMD GCN 1.0, 1.1, GPUS, what the fuck? Now default with the AMD GPU driver, don't know anything about those. Initial support for the Tenstorrent Black Hole SoC, don't know about those either. Initial Intel Z3P graphic enablement for Nova Lake and Crescent Island. Okay, Nova Lake, I think they've released their first CPU on laptops with those. Or is the next one coming up? Anyway, this one I don't know about. A lot of ongoing Rust work and the constant catching up around Apple Silicon hardware support, enabling of Microsoft C extension support in the kernel built by default, and Intel Xe VFIO driver merge. Ooh, that's interesting. Microsoft C extension support. I don't know what they mean by that, but that might be a good flashy thing to put on the thumbnail. Below is a look at the Linux 6.19 feature change that were on my radar. I've already been running some Linux 6.19 kernel benchmarks, seeing performance gain, but some regression spotted. Really? What does it look like? Can I have the overall? Alright, and... oh shit, he hasn't made an overall. F me, I guess. It seems to do pretty freaking great. It's like superior in every way and in... whoops. And it's pretty insane performance gain. Oop. Node.js doesn't seem to agree. Alright. Alright, so it seems pretty good, but those are core heavy things, right? 192 cores. Holy fucking shit, 2x that. Ooh, okay. I see why we see a big performance gain. Like, if you want to know where you want to look to have your impressive numbers, it's always these big core machines, because a small change will scale up a bit. It will scale up big time whenever you run these benchmark on multi-core. Alright. Coffee time. Alright, initial support for the Torrent store, but 10 Storrent. How the fuck do you say that? 10 Storrent Black Hole SoC. Alright. And what the fuck is it in the first place? And they put it in processor, but this is going to be hardware shit. Hardware is like the most boring categories to go through, so... Alright, 10 Storrent Black Hole support. Initial support for the 10 Storrent Black Hole. Support is quite rudimentary. Okay, but what is this hardware in the first place? It looks like the upcoming Linux 6.90 kernel could land some initial 10 Storrent vendor support and provide initial support for the Black Hole SoC. The initial Black Hole P100 or P150 PCIe accelerator card. Last month, initial Linux kernel patches were posted for the 10 Storrent Black Hole SoC. The 10 Storrent Black Hole SoC is made up of 4 RISC-V CPU tiles of 4 Sci5 X280 cores. Each tile can turn and run an instant. Yeah, each tile can in turn run an instant of Linux. Why would you do that? So we're like VMing on a PCIe card? Like we could run a virtual machine or not a Docker, a container. Well, maybe that makes sense. The patch that have been out for public review, working towards mainline. Retails at $9.99 USD. Well, I mean, it's not that costly. Okay, what does the... Okay, Sci5 X280 cores, what the fuck are they? Are they just cores, or do they have, like, more in their SoC? Okay, so they have big-ass vector registers. Okay, this feels like AI coded. I guess that's the idea. Alright, so there's 4 of these style. Oh, 4 of 4. Okay, so there's 16. Goddamn. Okay. Okay. Is there some on-card memory? Like, is it literally not running off anything else than the card? Black hole. 16 big RISC-V cores. And up to 32 gigs per chip. God damn. Okay, I see. Yeah, I was like, these are some these are some memory chips if I've ever seen some. All right. All right, that's not retarded. That's pretty smart, eh? Software capabilities. Join our Discord. Okay. Running LLMs. Okay, so the... Okay, so you could, like, run your own local LLM. And instead of, like, violating a GPU for it, you could violate a card that runs it all on site. Alright, that's pretty smart. System requirements. x86. PCIe 5. That's old, yeah? 2024. Yeah, but can I have, like, the Wikipedia? Fuck. Bro, we need to close some shit. PCI Express 5.0. Define up to... Never used. Okay. 2019. Okay, so everybody should have it by now. Alright, sounds good. $300 so it's not that bad on the power side. Ubuntu 22.04. Okay, okay. Sounds a little bit weird. Sus. Oh well, it's probably the LTS, right? No, it's 24 that is LTS. Where the fuck does this recommendation come from? Oh, it's requirement. I'm a dumb fuck. Sorry. It's requirements. Alright, that's fair. And the other one just has more RAM on it. Ends the fucking unhinge price point. Oh, and there's more connectors? Ooh. Okay, so there's also connectors on it. Can I have the specs or... Oh yeah, so there's these QSFD-DD. What the fuck is this? Alright, just a superior connector, I guess. Alright, it's the future of connectors. Good, we understood. Alright. So let's write a bit on that. Alright, so... Let's go rip that shit out. And let's talk about the two. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. XO4 is LTS with a new LTS every 2 years. 2204 is LTS, 2404, which I use. Yep, makes sense. This fits with... This fits with what I know. Let's just bring out the... It was 32 gigs, right? 32 gigs. All right. Initial support for the 10s torrent. I feel like I'm going to repeat this when I read it like 16 times. Black hole SOC. All right. So let's make a link to the website. So here, macros. Don't tell me that the update has fucked with my with my hotkeys. Hello. Alt. Fuck. Oh, I can just press. Whoa. Is my keyboard dead? Okay, no, it's not dead. Bro, I don't want to diagnose this. Bro, why does this key not work? Alright. Footnote. Why, what? Just do it, bitch. Bro. We're using a new thing. You don't want to work? Well, don't. Fuck it. Foot. Alright, this should work. Now you got it, bitch. Alright, so for the initial support, we're going to link to this article from Phoronix. Boom. Alright. Good for running local AI. Okay, we've got that done. Any other fun fact that we can go for? Okay, and they said like basic. Let's just give the detail. Initial support. Very basic. Alright. Alright, one thing done. Let's go to the next. Oh, this was a multi-detail thing. Okay, torrent, black, sesame. Sesame, yes. C 1200. Alright. Okay, a new SoC vendor intern, new SoC platform support is set to premiere in the Linux 6.19 kernel with the initial Black Sesame technology. Okay, let's copy that over. Automotive SoC. Right. Black Sesame is a Chinese vendor developing automotive-grade computing platform for smart vehicles and autonomous driving. The 9-year-old company offers a range of automotive-grade computing platform solution but now with Linux 6.19 that will debut in 2026, is the first time seeing any mainline Linux kernel support for their ARM ARM64 based hardware. Okay. ARM64. That's interesting. Let's note that down. Chinese vendor. Like, could we get an image on that? Not Chinese vendor. In Wuhan. Okay. Alright, the Wikipedia is kind of... It's kind of good. Chinese. How do you... Bro? Chinese. Oh, fuck. Chinese company. I don't know what to write, right? Chinese company. Has made some hardware for the last 9 years, but without Linux support until now. Let's put a link in for so that we can get the image, because I feel like that would hit a little bit. All right. So, okay, the actual thing is promoted as China's first single SoC for pilot navigation smart driving. Holy shit, what does that even mean? Bro, music needs to go. All right, let's copy over that message. Whoops. Okay. Next one on the line. Support for the Analogic DR1 V90. What the hell does this mean? Okay, these I think are going to be boring AF. Maybe this one is a little bit better. I'll copy it. And I'll use my universal code of this is too boring for me to give a shit. Right. Maybe we'll come back to them if they're somewhat interesting, but who gives a shit? Okay. Here we go. Let's link to that. Whoops. Feel like I'll click on that a lot today. Here we go. Okay. This one seems interesting. Okay, the Star 5 Vision 5 2 Lite. Mainline patches. Is it because there's like no support for it, or are we F-memeing here? Mainline support. Support for, okay. So that's interesting. Let's put it here. Support for the RISC-V, Star 5, Vision 5 2, Light. Goddamn, Light board. Bro. Yeah, I'll phrase it like that. Light RISC-V board. Should be the cheapest board with RISC-V cores on the market. I think that was what they said. The Vision 5 2 Lite is recently crowdfunded effort from the Star 5 for the cheapest 2 GB version, costing only $19.99 USD. Nah, that can't be true. In this economy, nah. Alright, it's still pretty cheap. Let's put that. We're going to put an image whenever we're doing the video of this page, just so it makes things like pretty obvious how cheap this shit is. Right? Because we should be able to do that. Related product. So if I do that, do I have my $62? Oh, did I? Oh, I can link directly to that. Why am I even wasting my time here? Whoop, boom. Whoops, I'm wasting my time. Okay, here we go. Well, $62 in US dollars. That's pretty cheap. For like big pushing the limits of a small board. Pretty interesting. Uses the They said that it was pretty slow compared to ARM. So let's put that detail in. Still, this isn't a ARM Raspberry Pi. Is that how we say Raspberry Pi? Raspberry Pi. Okay, got it. Still this isn't an ARM/Raspberry Pi killer. Performance per dollar is still better with ARM. All right, we in. All right. So that was interesting. There's the last one, a new driver for cache management on CXL device. Okay, that's all but interesting. Let's put that at the bottom. Here we go. And let's just keep a copy of that here. Alright, let's go to the next thing. Okay, so we've already done the Black Sesame thing. KVM 2X X2 AVIC. Didn't we talk about that last video? All right. So X2 AVIC is AMD's view of how to emulate the interrupt chip from the CPU for virtual machine. Now there's another technology that you slap onto that, secure X2 AVIC or something like that, that gives you like an encrypted separate version of this. Let's see. So KVM, let's put that under the VM tab. VM. And let's just see what we talked about for X2 AVIC. That's Intel. Oh, fuck. VM, okay. AMD Secure AVIC, yeah. So that's the thing. Okay. Alright, what are we talking about in the first place? LAN X2 AVIC patches for AMD SVM handling. AMD SVM? Secured VM. Oh. Oh. So does that mean that we have secure AVIC here? Bro, can I... Okay, my understanding is that X2 AVIC is not secure. Oh, fuck. I'm going to have to redo all of that dumb research. Okay, Advanced Programmable Interrupt Controller. Okay, APIC. Now let's go to AVIC. AMD AVIC V is hardware virtualization. Alright, APIC, blah, 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 blah. AMD announced similar technology called AVIC. Okay. Do we have anything else like Secure AVIC being talked about here? Guess not, fuckers. SVM AVIC. Okay. I guess SVM here is just talking about their VM capabilities for AMD, right? Secured virtual machine mode in BIOS found in AMD motherboard that enables virtualization technology. This technology, known as AMD V, allows creation of virtual machine. Okay, yeah, that's okay. I got it. I got it. This is just the enablement for for the fucking VM thing. And I'm overthinking it. Alright. Alright, so include preparation for AMD handling up to 4096 virtual CPU or VMs. Alright. With the new AMD platform for X2 AVIC support is improved. Alright, sneeze time. Alright. That AVIC support for addressing 4096 vCPUs was merged as part of the KVM feature change for Linux 6.19 merge window. The KVM pool is also includes on the AMD side various SVM fixes and adding KVM x86 SNP policy bits that advertise SEV secured nesting paging policy bits to user space. Alright. We're gonna have a look at this. Alright. AMD's X2 AVIC. Their implementation of a virtual of a VM. No, of an APIC. So let's just spell out what APIC is. Just so we can read it. Advanced Programmable Interrupt Controller. All right. Or VMs. All right. Not secure. AVIC. Let's put more parentheses. Not secure AVIC. Okay. AMD X2 AVIC, their implementation of the Advanced Programmable Interrupt Controller, APIC, for VMs, not secure APIC, like last videos, now supports up to 4096 instead of 512 vCPUs. Did they say vCPUs or vCores? vCPUs, okay. Using the... And there was a little comment thing that was funny. Will it be written here? No, it won't. Using the X2. Okay, well, guess I'll have a link there for no reason. Maybe. Or... Alright. Featured bit. Alright, there's... nothing more interesting there. Let's put a link. And let's just skim the KVM change. Or do we want to do that? Phoronix has done it for us. Who gives a shit? Intel overall the KVM TDX locking code. Ooh, that sounds fun. Linux 6.19 overhauling the Intel TDX locking code for KVM. Sean Christopherson of Google sent out the pull request for the KVM 3 of various x86-64 related areas of virtualization he oversees. With these updates ahead of the Linux 6.19 merge window, there is a significant overhaul of the Intel Trust Domain extension code to address various outstanding problems. The KVM x86 TDX pull of new material for Linux 6.19 includes a large overhaul of the lock-related TDX code for dealing with various locking contention issues with that Intel Confidential Computing secured feature for VM. Alright. Christopherson explained in the TDX overall in the pull request. Overall of the TDX code to address systemic races where KVM acting on the behalf of user space could inadvertently trigger lock contention in the TDX module, which KVM was either working around in weird, ugly ways or was simply obvious to, as proven by Yan tripping several KVM bugs on with clever self-test. That is part of TDX pull ahead of the Linux 6.19 merge window. Sean also sent out the queued AMD SVM change for... Okay. So that's... We're talking about the same thing, right? Alright, let's go into it. Hello, MBE! I think that we're alone. Who gives a shit? I had a couple of friends pass by. Been a long time since we've seen its commander. It was fun. We see Isaac almost every day, but still love him passing by. All right, so we're kind of building this shit up. We're going through it. Overall of the TDX code to address systemic races where KVM acting on the behalf of user space could inadvertently, we don't care about that word, trigger lock contention in the TDX module, which KVM was either working around. Alright, we've already read this. Could I see what Yan sent? Like, could we see Yan's involvement? If we could have some kind of background to the errors that happen with the self-test. October, goddamn. Okay. I think we're probably getting in a place where I'm way too dumb for this shit. Alright. No. Yan, where are you? Yan. Meow. Hello, Rust. Bro, I want to know where Yan is, bitch. Give me the Yan. Oh, fuck. I'm so bad at, like, running around this shit. Well, that was the right thing. Could we know, like, the previous in thread, maybe? Who's spamming me? Nobody. I'm schizophrenic, turns out. Yan, bitch, where are you hiding? Yan. Do I need to click on somebody else's thing in order to find the guy? No? Have we said that Yan did something that he did not do? What the fuck? Alright, fuck this shit. I wanted to have some context about what happened, but guess we ain't. Okay? Guess we ain't. Alright, anything that, like, makes sense? Avoidable? Ooh, maybe it's here. Oh. Shit. Maybe it's Sean. maybe it's Sean that did the patch. Shawnee. Come here, Sean. Don't hide. I'll find you. Shit, can we get something more, like, current? Bro, I'm so bad at searching these things. I'm never able to, like, trace them. I don't know how people do. Dispatch. Fuck. Not this one. This one, okay. For TDX. I believe it's this one, okay? Or maybe it's this one. But, like, there is a KVM bug on being tripped by some clever self-test. I would like to see the self-test, okay? Sean is not saying that because he's like, oh, I'm just going to say that like a retard. No, it's because it's very cool, okay? And we need to know why. I want to know why it's cool. Oh, God. Jan. Fuck. I need to understand how to search that shit for real. I know I will need to. I know I will manage to one day. But I have no fucking clue besides, like, spamming Google or Bing. Oh! Oh! Jan, where are you? Jan, I want to see your big brain. Oh, fuck. It's going to be too complicated for us. Okay, that sounds like the shit we're trying to find. Okay, where's the part where Jan talks? Jan never talks. What the fuck? Bro! Okay, that's all he says. Are you kidding me? Okay, bro. Okay. Do we have some, Okay, CC Yan. That's important. Okay, ML. Yes, we will need to do that. But inside of kernel info, okay? That's the goal. It's all one big thing. Alright, they're too deep in the technicalities. We're going to not understand a fucking thing. Can we get, like, higher in the thread where... Oh, shites. Jan, where is your magical work? You only write 5 things. You. Fucking dev. Alright, nothing of value was lost. Okay, this guy is too smart for me. Unless, like, there's some magical link here that says it all. No, fuck it. Fuck it. We're going back to abstractions, baby. Not going into details. Yes. 5 English things for 10,000 lines of code. Okay? They know what they're doing. I don't. That's the issue. Alright. So fuck me, I guess. Jan. Oh, there was Rick. Fuck, it could have been Rick. No? Okay, no. Jan. Bro, we're so cooked. Okay. That's the important part, okay. Yeah, let's put that here. Bro, that's not what I asked you to do. Okay. Bro, that's not what I asked you to do either. I hate when it does that. Okay, overall of the TDX code to address systemic races, where KVM, acting on the behalf of user space, could trigger lock contention in the TDX module. The issue is that we don't have a fucking clue what was done to fix it, nor... like, we don't know anything. Fuck this shit. Each time I read these, I feel like I'm a fucking retard, and I hate it. Right? Oh, new kernel video today. Well, Maple is going to read things that add no knowledge to your brain. Yoop-de-doo. Guess that's what we're doing for next video too. You see, that's what I want. That's why I need kernel info. I have a better chance of understanding something if I have the fucking code. And if I understand the fucking code. And if I'm able to navigate this bullshit. Like, we can clearly see that even Michael from fucking Phoronix has no fucking idea. This is so dumb. Nobody knows what happened. Oh, shit. Next one. Continued Intel Wildcat Lake ID. Alright, this is absolutely boring. Put that at the end over here. There is also more Intel Nova Lake enabling in Linux. Okay, so we have Nova Lake Audio. Okay, Nova Lake. When are they coming up? Have they come up? 2026. How about email the Intel guy directly and ask what Gabonzo he wrote? For real? Okay. If I had like 1 million subs, I would be emboldened, okay? I would be at that point. I would be like, fuck it, we're gonna call the guy. I need their phone number. But like, I'm not going to ask somebody to fucking define their work because I'm a retard if I don't have like big exposure to come with it. That sounds retarded. Like, I sound just rude. Okay, late 2026. Goody good. Alright, let's put that in hardware. Nova Lake. Late 2026. Alrighty. Why not put a thing there? Phoronix, Linux SoC. Okay, so we don't have it yet. Let's not do the Google vignette thing. Okay. Sorry, I'm just doing some housekeeping here. Alright, that's done. So, Intel Nova Lake Audio support. Okay, do we have other thing coming with this shit? Audio support. Okay, that's about it. Goody good. Boring shit. Audio support. Let's put Intel in front because or else nobody will understand, even if it's freaking obvious with these type of names. Audio support. Alright, what's cool with it? So a lot of enablement work landing in the Intel's next generation Nova Lake processor, in addition to the Z3P integrated graphics. Okay. Z3P. Is this something I should be like giving a shit about? Where are they? For Nova Lake. Okay. Well, that ain't hard. Do we have like the detail over here, or are we memeing? We are memeing. Okay. Okay. What's going on with Z3P? Okay, we have support for it. Do we have it written elsewhere so that it looks like we give a shit? Didn't we have that somewhere in here? No. Okay. Let's research. Xi. Initial Xi3. Okay. Ah, okay. We're coming up with it. We're coming up. We're coming up. Bro, don't do that to me. Okay, so he hasn't written a fucking thing for it. Fuck me. Okay, Xi3P integrated graphics. We're going to write something about that. Along with Xi3P integrated graphics in these CPU. Getting initial support in... Getting initial support. Alright. So that's fun. Let's copy over this bullshit. Boop. Do we have more? Do we have more fun things? Although maybe this should be inside of a category called GPU and audio. GPU / audio. Boom. Alrighty. Okay, so the Intel HDA driver and OpenSound firmware driver code has enabled Nova Lake and Nova Lake S support. Nothing too particular, too particularly interesting from the enable side. No major change needed. Alright. So it's not support, it's enabled. Well, support enabled. As well. Okay, here we go. So that would be a truthful thing. Intel Nova Lake, late 2026, audio support enabled, along with Xi3P integrated graphics in these CPUs. Getting enabled as well. Okay, that's truthful. Thank you. Besides Nova Lake, there's also support for other audio hardware like SpaceMy TK1. Okay, super boring. We're putting this in the boring box. All right. Let's copy this over there. Alright, done with this shit. Thank you. We're closing all of this now. Alright. Long Arch 32 enablement has begun. Woo boy. 32? What the fuck is this? Bro. Alright, I gotta know about this. This sounds fun. The Long Arch CPU architecture change have been merged for the Linux 6.19 merge window. This domestic Chinese CPU architecture inspired by MIPS and RISC-V began with 64-bit Long Arch 64, but with Linux 6.19, the foundation is being laid for Long Arch 32 as a 32-bit variant. While most CPU architecture went from 32-bit to 64-bit world, Long Sun is working back from 64-bit to 32-bit. They've been working on Long Arch 32 ABI, and with Linux 6.19, that initial kernel port is being wired up. With Linux 6.19, the build infrastructure isn't yet being enabled due to some driver adjustment needed and waiting on the GNU toolchain support to work its way upstream. With LongArch 32 are two variants for reduced 32-bit version LA32R and standard 32-bit version LA32 or LA32S. Speaking of GNU toolchain, on Friday, the GCC enablement patches began landing introduction on the Arch 32. Okay. Alright, enough yapping. Wasn't there a talk about abandoning 32-bit support for the kernel? On x86, kinda? But, like, Arch are completely separate. So there's no need to worry about the fact that another Arch is 32-bit and that, like, some are 32, some are 64. I think it's more because we add legacy code inside of x82, x86. Fucking hell, brain. x86 that would execute and that would slow down because it existed, right? Which is not an issue with other architecture. Fuck my brain. Alright. So let's write this shit. Beginning. How do I write? Beginning implementation for. How do we even write a LongArch? For LongArch 32. Yes. Yes, LongArch has always been a 64-bit. 64-bit. So we could now port ARM 32-bit back to. I'm not sure if I understand what you're saying. ARM 32 is still a thing that exists in, like, 32-bit ARM still exists in the kernel. Am I retarded? Like, my understanding is that, well, most architecture that the kernel supports is 32-bit. Linux kernel architecture support. CPU architecture. Alright, ARC. Okay, so there's 32 and 64. Okay, let's assume that it's only the 64. Right? ARM. For sure, ARM has some 32-bit CPU. Now that we have a clean x86 of the bad 32 code, but we could add the. Well, I think I disagree with what you're writing right now. Okay. Like, let's take LongArch, right? Let's take LongArch for the example. I don't think that their idea is to make, like, all of LongArch slower by having another, like, layer to check if it's 64 or 32. Their idea is probably more, let's make a new architecture that's called LongArch 32. It's going to share, like, a bunch of shit, but it's still going to have its own little home, right? The problem with x86 is that both of them shared the same houses and were used at the same place, right? If you have one architecture that fits two kind it's retarded. And my understanding is that ARM, like, don't they split that a bit? Isn't, like... Am I being retarded here? Like, isn't ARM and ARM64 two different things to literally fix that? Right? Which is not the case for x86. Like, that's the core of it, right? That is what I was saying. Now that I've cleaned it, we can have a 32-bit distro for x86. Yes, okay, I get it, yes. Splitting the two is the way to go. Yes, absolutely. As long as their dumb fuckery doesn't apply elsewhere, right? And we need to keep in mind, not x86, sorry, 32-bit can be useful, right? We all agree on that. We all agree that having less things to process inside of a very small thing might actually be good, right? If you need a little bit stronger than a microcontroller. I don't need it, but some old clients have a shop computer that need it. Oh, okay, you're talking in that point. Yes. I'm more thinking about Internet of Things, at least from the Long Arch point of view. Alright. So, let's actually write this shit. Beginning implementation of Long Arch 32. Yes, Long Arch has always been a 64-bit architecture. Oh, fuck it. Architecture. Correct me, please. Architecture. But the work to implement a 32-bit version has begun. The GCC Long Arch 32. Okay, the GCC compiler code for the new Long Arch 32. It's ABI. What does ABI mean? ABI. ABI. Thank you. ABI. Fuck. I hate not knowing words. ABI. Application binary interface. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's make our folks feel smart. Okay, the GCC compiler code for the new LA32 ABI is currently being reviewed. Okay, let's put a new line here so it's readable for me. 32-bit in 2026, yes. Oh, when you say shop computer, you mean like industry, like production, like an automated press thing. Are you like talking about that? That's not how I read it the first time. Like machine and automation. All right. Okay. Yes. Okay. We agree. We agree on everything. We're on the same line. We thought about the same thing. The name just fucked me. Beginning implementation for Long Arch 32. Yes, Long Arch has always been a 64-bit architecture, but the work to implement a 32-bit version has begun. The GCC compiler code for the new LA32 application binary interface, ABI, is currently being reviewed. People using it don't know they are using a computer. Got it. All right. let's talk about the two versions of the new Arch exist. And we could do LA32R restricted version and LA32S complete version. Was it R? Let's take a look. R and S. All right. For now, the work needed to make this Arch a reality is not done. More fixes on drivers needs to be implemented before it can work. All right, that sounds good. For now, let's just fucking read this again. Beginning implementation for Long Arch 32. Yes, Long Arch has always been a 64-bit architecture, but the work to implement a 32-bit version has begun. The GCC compiler code for the new LA32 application binary interface is currently being reviewed. Two versions of the new Arch exist. LA32R, the restricted version, and LA32S, a complete version. For now, the work needed to make this Arch a reality is not done. More fixes on drivers need to be implemented before it can work. All right, that's fucking readable. That's fantastic. That's going to probably be one of the featured thing because it's clickbait, I guess. All right. Got it. Parallel CPU hot plugging for yay. Hot plugging for RISC-V cores. All right, what's the idea here? With this new RISC-V With this new kernel, RISC-V now support CPU hot plugging in parallel for secondary CPU cores. Secondary CPU cores can now be brought up asynchronously with the hot plug parallel kernel feature. Now beginning support on RISC-V. Alright, so we're just talking about like not bringing them up sequentially. The CPU hot plugging support, particularly with RISC-V SoC, is primarily about dynamic enabling, disabling of CPU cores while system is running, rather than needing to handle their bring up sequentially. Could we have like the actual push for it? It's probably in the merge. Oh fuck, getting spammed. Together, we're choosing to build a future. The fucking liberals. Okay. Do we have the pull request? I guess it's this. 32-bit is used in a lot of things. If you don't need a memory address space, it does the job for cheaper. True. In Shop Machine, there is no need for 64-bit, but there are on the network internet, so they need modern secure OS. Yes, I fully agree. Please pull this first set of RISC-V updates. Should be uncontroversial. Is this the same guy that no, it's not the same guy that fucked up his thing. Like, it should be uncontroversial. Please don't ban me. Bro, don't do that. If you fuck up, line is going to cook. Alright. It was uncontroversial. Okay. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's cute. Okay. Oh man, we need to have like that thing inside of... Okay, okay. Adding features. First set of risk 5 update on... Okay, we're not going to have any explanation of this shit. I guess it's self-evident. Okay, Anup Patel. Yeah, gotta tell me what the fuck is going on, Anup. On RISC-V, there are no Arch-specific global data accessed in the RISC-V secondary CPU bring-up path, so enabling hotplug parallel for RISC-V would only require providing RISC-V specific Arch CPU HPKIC AP alive and calling CPU HP AP sync alive from SMP callin. This patch is tested natively on OpenSBI on QEMU RV64 virtual machine with 64 cores, and also tested with KVM RISC-V guest on 32V CPUs. Alright. Alright, so essentially what he did... What the fuck is going on over here? Anyway, essentially what he did is just, like, wired up the things that were already there. Friendly ping, any comments? I was trying to get somebody to answer. No! Poor guy. Looks good to me. Nobody gave a shit. Oh no. Have you tried with 128? Alright. Bro! Nobody gave a shit. Oh no. Okay. Alright, just making sure that I'm just not missing info. I ain't. We good? Okay. Okay, so I think I got this, right? There is an option for architectures that is available inside of the core kernel that says, like, you have hotplug parallel. If your architecture has these specific way of handling things, we can now, like, do everything automatically. It's already something that's done. So you just need to implement a couple of calls. All right. So let's make this a little story. Let's make this a little story. All right. All right. So we could say hotplug parallel support for... Let's leave it a little bit mysterious. Hotplug parallel support. So... So architectures in the kernel, like x86 and MIPS, have the capability to bring cores secondary cores online asynchronously with hotplug parallel support. RISC-V was close to having support, but was missing a few key ingredients for it. Thank Lord for correctors, am I right? And let's use whatever the fuck. Alright, this, and I also want this to be link, so I can make, like, can blast on screen. Whoops. Okay, bro, that's unhinged. Bro, that's even more unhinged. Please stop. What the fuck? All I want is this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna be able to yap a bit about that. Why did I open that? Anup Patel? What the fuck is Vanta Micro? Is he still working there before I slander his ass? Anup Patel. Vanta Micro. Principal software engineer. That sounds pretty fucking good. At Bombardier, holy fuck! My boy! Bro, okay. Okay, he's made the rounds. Alright. So, Anup Patel and Vanta Micro. And how is it written? Ventana. Shit. I'm a retard, right? Ventana. Okay. Whoops. Alright. Okay, let's give some more detail. Vanta Micro, a Qualcomm subsidiary. Bro, this is going to sound like a real proper publicity. Yay! A Qualcomm subsidiary. All right. That's not how you say that. Fix these missing features and enabled outplug parallel on RISC-V, which grants faster. How can I say that? Faster starting of a core, starter, blah. Faster. Enabling that would be the word. Faster enabling of secondary cores within an SoC. Okay, that sounds like it. Enabling secondary. Alright, let's read this shit. Hotplug parallel support. So architectures in the kernel like x86 and MIPS have the capabilities to bring secondary cores online asynchronously with Hotplug parallel support. RISC-V was close to having support, but was missing a few key ingredients for it. This sneeze ass. The first one being providing RISC-V specific Arch CPU HP kick AP Alive support, and I won't say them. I will just draw them on screen. So certified unit Anna Patel from Ventana Micro, a Qualcomm subsidiary, fixed these missing features and enabled Hotplug parallel on RISC-V, which grants faster enabling of secondary cores within an SoC. Alright, that sounds freaking great. Another day, another thing that we now understand. Whoop-de-doo. Let's put that link in there too. Alright. Next up on the list. We're doing freaking great. Let's not stop. Well, was it something else interesting in the pull request? Let's not skip anything. Kernel self-test, optimize vector reg set pre-alloc, I don't give a shit. Enable user space RAID 6, I don't give a shit. Initial support for Zalaser. What the fuck is this? Salazar. Oh shit, that's actually how it's... That's actually it! Alright, but is it like truly implemented, or is this like half a meme? Initial support. Alright, what am I getting into? Okay, where are the specifications, for real? I hate when I don't find whatever the fuck this means. Intro. Okay, introduction. The Salazar load acquiring store release extension provides load acquire and store release instruction for RISC-V. These can be important for high performance design by enabling finer grained synchronization than is possible with fences alone. By providing an unidirectional fence, load acquire and store release are widely used in language level memory model, both in Java and C++ memory models, make use of acquire release semantics. Am I getting somewhere fucking disgusting? Like, do we have like a easy, retard, compatible explanation of this? I don't understand. To me, it just feels like putting something up to a window and somebody else taking it. Like, what's special about it? Bro. Load acquire and store release instruction are essential concept in concurrent programming, particularly in the concept of memory ordering and synchronization. These instructions are used to ensure proper ordering of memory operation, which is crucial for maintaining consistency and correctness in multi-threaded application. Load acquiring instruction ensures that all reads and writes caused by loads and store that appears in a program order after the LDA are observed after the LDA. However, accesses before the LDA are not affected. Okay, so what we're saying is we're like shoving instruction into a thing. So we have like instruction 1, instruction 2, instruction 3, and then we have LDA. And we could have like instruction 7, instruction 8, LDA. And what it would ensure is that these 3 things cannot come after these things that cannot come after these things. Okay. This means that any memory operation following the LDA will not be executed until the LDA completes, ensuring that the data loaded by the LDA is up to date and consistent. Right, that makes sense to me. But like, it says different than fence. How is it? It sounds exactly like a fucking fence. Store release. Store release, LSTL, instruction ensures that all reads and writes caused by loads and store that appeared in a program in order before the STL are observed before the STL. However, access after the STL are not affected. This means that any memory operation preceding STL will be completed before STL is executed, ensuring that data stored by the STL is visible to other thread. Okay, STL makes sense, right? So let's use the same example. Right, you have a bunch of instructions. But I didn't think about it this way, but it's like instruction. Oh shit, I don't know. Oh, you cannot see this part, fuck. Well, we need, it's good to understand how it works if it's implemented in the kernel. These things are like the funniest thing to explain, and it makes people feel like they're big brain, so they're good for the video. That's the only reason why I'm trying, because it's not important that much for the kernel, but yes, it is interesting. It's just that I'm too retarded to understand. Like, versus fences, I need to... Alright. Say I write some data, and then I write an indication that the data is now ready. It's an imperative that no other thread who sees the indication that the data is ready not see the write of the data itself. So prior writes cannot move past that write. Fuck. The problem is that the issue with this is whenever I explain these things, if I get it wrong, it's like the end of the day. Shit. Okay. How do load acquire and store release? Oh, Gemini, come here, Gemini. Come here, bitch. You know what? I'm out of my depth. Gemini, come here. I need to understand how do load acquire instruction works. If you get it wrong, it may right after. We all learn from. People will always call out dumb shits in my videos. Like, I shouldn't think about this. I shouldn't be stressed because I'm competing against fucking affwits like Brody, like just spewing bullshit. But it still triggers me a bit, right? When I just like say like emulating something with wine and people like lose their shit, it's like, bro, fucking kill me. But anyway, okay, let's read this and see if I get to understand. Understanding load acquire and store release is key to mastering one-way memory barrier, which are more efficient than heavy-duty full memory barrier. These instructions are the backbone of the C++11 C11 memory module, specifically memory order acquired, memory order release. Think of these instructions as one-way valves for memory operation. They allow some reordering by the CPU or compiler in one direction, but strictly block it in the other. Don't see it as competition. See it as mutual growth. Yeah, I could see it that way. It's just that I see it a little bit like... How can I say that? They actively destroy the environment that, like, I sit in, and the environment that a lot of productive people that I care about sit in. Because the only thing that this guy ends up doing is, like, pushing drama. Which is like, okay, if somebody was truly interested in something, they didn't get to learn it, they didn't get to, like, have a chance to enjoy learning about it. All they got is, like, fuel their drama. But yes, I would absolutely leech on him if I had the chance. Store release. A store release operation ensures that all memory writes that happened before it in the program order are visible to other threads before the store itself become visible. The one-way barrier. It prevents previous memory operation from being reordered after the store. The loophole. It does not prevent subsequent memory operation from being moved before the store. Use this when you are finishing a task, like writing data to a shared buffer, and then setting a flag that tells the other thread the data is ready. That is where you come in. Make us learn, and when you get it wrong, do a correction video. We all do learn and get quality content. Actually, correction videos are like the worst thing that you can do, because it's dumb to say, but okay, people see YouTubers as gods with infinite knowledge, and whenever this illusion is fucked, it kills it for a lot of people. So correction videos don't work, and they often like pull your channel way the fuck down. So yeah, the only way that they work is if you do the correction video but I'm still right kind of thing, like you see in politics. Like that can work because you're rallying the troops more than correcting anything. I agree. But I'm trying to do that here, on the stream part. I don't think that the channel would be meant for that. Like, if I fucked up majorly, maybe. But, like, when I'm, like, 2 levels deep into something that nobody knows about, and I make, like, a quarter of a mistake, nah, I ain't it. Ain't it, chief. I won't, I'll make a note on the bottom of the video saying, hey, look, I fucked up my words. I meant this. But Yeah, I don't think... Yeah. I'm not against admitting mistake. I just think that there's a place for everything, and I don't think the people that come to for the kernel video, I don't think that that's the vibe that they're coming for. Fuck, I still don't understand it. I prefer video with mistakes and correction in the video or after, than perfect videos. Yes, I'm open to make a correction afterward. Like, inside of the same video, at the very end. My contention here is making a whole new video. Not because it's a lot of work, but because the optics of it is absolute garbage and you're shooting yourself in the foot. Like, what I'm doing is already better than 99%, so I'm not going to shoot my performance. But I understand that from the YouTube performance point of view, it might not be optimum. Yep, that's the only argument I'm making here. That's why also separating the channel is a good idea. So, yeah. I'm so confused, I don't understand it. Store release, ensure that all memory writes that happen before it in a program order are visible to other threads before the store itself becomes visible. I don't fucking get it. I'll, fuck it. I'll write it, and I'll put, I'll put a note that, read more, bitch. It's just a little bit of a sad, like, state of affair. Oh, I've already had that. That I'm supposed to, like, somewhat compete with whatever the fuck I'm against, but hey, who gives a shit? Alright, Zigbop. Zigbop being shown to user space is pretty fun. I've talked about it before, so let's actually make a link for it. Okay, so I have risk v, and then I can go into Zigbop. Guess Zigboop is good enough. Zigbop. Zigbop. All right. Oh, it's something else. Whoops. I thought it was like the name of the actual thing. All right. Zigbop. Cache block operation prefetch. So prefetch. Now available to user space. Prefetch operations. Alright, Zigbop prefetch operations now available to user space. I like that. The rest is fucking boring. Alright. Alright, we need to speed things up here. What does that mean? Allow. Do. I'm not sure I'm getting what you're putting down. Do you mean for Zigbop? Like, because the Zigbop. Why have prefetch available to user space allowed to do that program? Okay, so you're saying, how does this change anything? All right. I don't know. Cache block operation prefetch. I don't know, probably RISC-V has no, like, ability to cache something without it? Because, like, we agree that there's a that there's a difference between, like my understanding is a prefetch operation. What it tells the system is, if I can fetch something beforehand, I do it. If I cannot, it could wait for performance reason. Isn't that the... those are more kernel level operations. Oh, okay, you see it like that. Okay, well, the reason why you would want to do this is because some, like, Giga AI, Google, Gigadick people like to do things where it feels like there is absolutely no difference between kernel level and user space. So that's probably why. Right? Whenever we talk about these people, they seem to do some magical shit that feels like, shouldn't that be in the kernel? And they're like, no, it doesn't need to. But, like, there's a bunch of places where you would want to prefetch something, no? I don't see why user space wouldn't be purviewed, wouldn't be, like, it wouldn't be a good thing for that. Maybe it's not something that we give a fuck normally? Oh yeah, more turbostat. Goddamn. The prefetch is not bad. Getting the signal is weird. I feel like you're saying things and I'm not understanding them at all. So maybe I'm just dummy. I don't like turbostat. To me it's boring. So it goes in the boring bin. It's just me that don't know a thing. I will go read on this before asking more questions. No, it's just that I have no clue where you're... I don't know where... I don't have the thesis for what you're saying. I don't understand it. I don't know what the problem is, or if there is such a thing as a problem. So that's why I'm confused. Alright, turbostat done. Bye-bye. Is there anything else? Nope. Boring. Alright. ARM. MPAM. Let's go. let's go on. The ARM64 code change were merged last week into the in-development Linux 6.19 kernel, the most notable of the ARM64 architecture changes. This cycle is landing the ARM MPAM driver for ARM memory system resource partitioning and monitoring. Alright. My questions are bad because I don't know enough to ask the right ones. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe you're asking good questions and I'm just dummy. Or maybe it's the reverse, who knows? Okay. Memory resource partitioning and monitoring is an architectural feature since ARM v8.4 for managing shared memory resources like CPU caches, memory bandwidth, and other resources that tend to be partitioned. MPAM is intended to help partition system resources and monitor them, such as for ARM64 servers with multi-user virtual machine to ensure no single user disproportionately uses too many system resources. Okay. Oh well, that's actually... Bro. This whole thing. This whole thing. I don't know. Could I say it better? Is it too long-winded? So ARM MPAM. Oh yes. ARM MPAM support. ARM MPAM, the MPAM stands for Memory System Resource Partitioning and Monitoring, is a architectural feature. Architectural feels like too much. Is a feature since ARM v8.4 for managing shared memory resources like CPU caches, memory bandwidth, and other resources that then can then be partitioned. What the fuck? That can then be partitioned. In order resources that can then be partitioned. Okay, I got it. MPAM is intended to help partition system Okay, this part needs to go. It just adds to confusion because we repeat it afterward, right? So ARM MPAM memory system resource partitioning and monitoring is a feature since ARM v8.4 for managing shared memory resources like CPU cache, memory bandwidth, and other resources. MPAM is intended to help partitioning system resources and monitor them, such as for ARM64 servers with multi-user virtual machines to ensure no single user disproportionately utilize too many system resources. Okay, that's freaking readable. That's perfect. All right, I don't think that we have anything else here of interest, I guess. ARM MPAM. Avoid single counter. Any other fun things in here? Remove unused ACPI function. Alright, doesn't seem to be of any other interest. Did I put the little note thingy? Yes, I did, I guess. Alright. We need to speed the fuck up. And I need to put myself a little alarm because I'm always stressed. I don't want to run out of time for picking up my daughter. Don't want to be surprised, okay? That would be bad. Let's not be a bad father here. Right. Just poured some water all over. Alright. Where are we? PCIe link encryption and device authentication and initial enablement work around AMD SEVTIO for Trusted IO. This stream is too early. True. You will not be the first one. I'm not saying that it happened to me, but I'm still at work, lol. Based. When the EU fucks are not even there because they're working. Anyway. Where is everyone that was yelling at the fact that I was too early, okay? Where the fuck are they? Somebody get Nigma on the phone. Where is his ass? They get over here when they get they get over it when they get 2022. Would not be the first one. I'm not saying that. What do you mean about the 2022? I don't know. All right. It's 2 EU fucks. About being late to pick them up. Oh, I'm not even thinking about my daughter for this. I'm thinking about not being a bitch for the garderie. There's... Okay, I love them a lot, okay? I ain't putting them on the bad side. My daughter ain't going to remember shit of what happened yesterday, okay? And what happened the day before, so I can make some mistakes and it's okay. Well, not too bad of a mistake. I'm still trying to be a good father, okay? But, okay, one of the most exciting merges this weekend to the Linux 6.19 kernel is establishing the infrastructure for supporting PCI Express link encryption and device authentication. Multiple vendors are working on PCIe link encryption for their hardware, while the initial pull began laying the foundation of AMD SEV Trusted IO support on the mainline kernel. Oh yeah, you should be kind to them. Yes, yes, she is so kind. Okay, she is so kind. But like, she's got a shit lot to like. I wouldn't have her job. God damn. Like, one girl and she's got like fucking what? I don't know how many kids she has. She has like 8. How many kids? Quebec. Service de garde, combien d'enfants par she probably has 9 because I think that her husband fits the bill for another adult. Yeah. Well, that's what we got. So, yeah, that's unhinged, right? Like, there's little kids, the baby that you gotta, like, I mean, you gotta change the diaper of a kid, like every 3 to 4 hours. I mean, at that point, you're back-to-back changing diapers. And she's feeding them. God damn! I have 1 and I have enough. Well, I've been fucked by life a little bit. I've done 3. Holy shit! Do you mean by that you have 3 children? I thought that you only had a daughter. Or do you mean like, oh, I've been in the presence of 3 kids at the same time that I needed to take care of? Because both of those things are... 1 daughter and her 2 friends for 1 week. Holy shit. Oh, bro. I don't know how I'll survive her going to true primary school. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. Alright. Holy shit. No, it's I respect them, like the garderie, the people that take care of my daughter. Respect them a lot. That's there's not a lot of people willing to do it, and it takes some big balls. And thank Lord for the government for subsidizing this shit. I mean, $9.65, so 10 bucks per day. Brother, that's a steal. That's easy. That's easy. That's so cheap. It's unhinged. Like, thinking about the amount of work. I know that they're getting some money on the other side. How much are they getting? Quebec, subsidized. Garderie en milieu familial. Rémunération. You need big balls, indeed. Well, that seems to not be it. That's not what I'm talking about here. Maybe this? Non, certaines particularité. Être subventionné. Parents, comment calculer ton salaire en ordre de l'âge des enfants que tu vas accueillir? Oui, oui. C'est toi qui décides de ça. Nombre de jours, ouverture que tu vas offrir. Augmenter sur 5 ans, conséquence. 6 kid, 18 months plus, or a standard way. 52 bucks per kids. Well, they're making... Well, they're kind of making a lot of money. I would not accept this cash, okay? But I really understand how somebody that immigrates to Canada is like, the choice is easy. They should be paid more. Yes, always, right? They should always be paid more. I agree, right? But 72,000? You're not poor. And that's the like, you don't even take the smaller one, right? If you take the smaller one, 79. It costs a lot to operate a daycare. I don't know, is there some, because they work with like they work with a CPE, right? So I don't know how much differing of the money. To do 6,000 if you offer of 9 places. Money at the start. Special needs kids. Um... If the cost of the food is like coming out of their pocket, then it's a little bit unhinged. Like, then their salary becomes a little bit dumber. Like what, this phrasing makes it sound like, so the spending is deductible directly from your income, food cost, and material cost. That would mean that they pay it? Of course it's deductible, dipshit. It's a business. But that means they pay for it. Oh fuck. Bro. Insurance. MB, I'm asking you. When you say insurance, is this something that you're like intuitively thinking about? Or is this something that you're like, I know somebody that does it, and this is one of their costs? Because to my understanding, a lot of things at least in Quebec, the way that it's done is the insurance side of thing is offloaded to the government. So just the fact that you're part of the CPE, that you're part of the system, grants you the protection of the government. So it's the insurance that you would sue and not the person themselves. Like we do that for cars, we do that for a bunch of shit. You have to pay for insurance. That is a lot when you operate a business at home. Yeah, but here I'm asking, like, do you know out of somebody that does this job? Or do you know just like, oh, I've operated a business and I needed insurance? Because what I'm thinking, to me, intuitively, if I were the government, I would have done we offload the responsibility of the insurance onto ourselves, like they do for cars. Oh shit. Private daycare, maybe. Sorry, I have a nosebleed. But it's like it's a little bit on the hinge how much Quebec actually pays for that other provinces or country don't. Assurance collective, that's are they talking about assurance collective like that's for health, so that's not what I'm talking about. Oh shit. So I guess that Milieu Familial won't do the same. No, they wouldn't, right? Because they, like, Milieu Familial, or the way that they operate in reality, oh wow, that's so serious. The way that they operate is that they are offshoots of a CPE, right? So they don't, like, technically, my kid goes to a CPE affiliated garderie, which so that's why I don't think, like, if they were private, maybe, and even then I would assume some overlap. Assurance des services de garde réputée au Québec. Assurance pour garderie en milieu familial. Like, what are we talking about here? En ouvrant une garderie privée. All right. So like then, yeah, if it's private, this could make sense because you have a liability, right? Ooh, law. La présente loi. Could I have it in English? It's going to be more readable anyway. Education and Child Care Act. The object of this act is the quality. Let's go for insurance here. Insurance. Section 6 does not... okay. No person may personally or another provide offer child care to a child in return for parental contribution unless a person old a child care center or a daycare center permit. Okay, yes, and an accredited home child care coordination office. Yes, that's what's happening, right? Section 6 does not apply. Is covered by okay. Like, I feel like them saying, oh, it does not apply if you have the liability insurance for it. That sounds like we... okay. Are we at the end? 28. What the fuck does this mean? 28.4. Determine the amount of insurance and insurance coverage a person referred in section 6.1 must have. Alright, 29. 29. Before you Minister Mon. Okay, I'm not reading this correctly. I'm like 99% sure that it's offload to the government. Like, we're in the province that if you hit somebody with your car, they cannot sue you back, okay? So we're in this country, okay? Well, in this province. Yeah, AI is going to have been trained on like either France or rest of Canada, which is not going to have like the same things. Okay. Does a fuck. Est-ce qu'une garderie en milieu familial doit avoir assurance responsabilité civile? No, that's not what I want. Subventionné. Subventionné. Yes, but this is kind of retarded because 6.1 is what we just read, and what we just read is saying that it is to be to skip the god damn. Can anybody read this shit, or am I the retarded one here? Fuck. That's not what I wanted to see here. Okay, why am I not able to find anything here? Like 6.1 was not it, Chief. And we say that. Hmm. I'm just like, And also, like, I'm thinking about it a bit more now. Doesn't your house already has some liability cooked into it? I have some liability if I burn down the neighbor's house. I don't know, does this would yeah, maybe I'm stretching that part, but bro. Obligation. Um, Okay, so maybe last page? Not for business operation. That would make sense. By that I mean, I agree. On accède un rejet. Ok. Peut-être bénéficier d'une assurance collective à travers la démarche pour souscrire à une assurance collective. Yeah, but that's not the thing. Offre les patients représentés par une association représentative. I wonder if this... this kind of offload the liability. On a les possibilités de se faire remplacer. Quels sont les avantages de gagner la reconnaissance? Soutien pédagogique. Possibilité de se faire remplacer, subventionner. Un régime de retraite préventif pour assister. Possibilité d'être testé par une personne majeure. Yes, but here we're talking about, like, they're not going to tell you if you need it or not. They're selling you the shit. Right? Assurance pour les garderies en milieu familial au Québec. Bien que non obligatoire par la loi, l'assurance pour la garderie familiale est fortement recommandée au Québec pour protéger contre les risques financiers liés aux accidents, blessures et dommages. Poursuite from... Yes, but... right, they're not going to tell you, and like, they've already said one thing that is false. Right? We agree that the insurance for the garderie is required if you have a private place. It is required. That's what we just read in the law, right? It is required if you are not under, if you're not subsidized. Like, is this the same paper that we had before? Can we just have it? Oh, fucker. We had it before. I'm so triggered. I hate when we have something and we lose it, and now we've got to fucking guess. Like, Section 6 does not apply to childcare services. Okay. Okay, so that's all like glazing. Offer return in return for parental, unless the person holds a childcare center or daycare center permit. This is what the person I have as. Is a home childcare provider recognized by... Okay, so this is like you are subsidized. So you are excluded from this subsidy if... And now you need to like follow these, right? And this is where you have the is covered by a civil liability insurance. So it is required if you're private, right? It's just that they probably cannot say that it's required because if they make the link, if they say private, they're going to lose all their customers that buy this for nothing. Like, do we agree that that sounds like a 101 sales tactic here by keeping the unreliability of whatever they're saying? It's easy for them to sell shit. Like, why would they give... Why would they say that it is not required? Because, or else, it would be... Wait. They're saying that it's not required because or else they would be making a false statement. So to correct the false statement, they would have to say if you're running a private kindergarten. So as soon as you see private, most people will be, oh, this does not apply to me, right? You understand that if you're coming into it as somebody that has no idea about what liability is, but you just want to be safe, and you operate a kindergarten. So if you read this, and it says, exploiter une galerie privée, it would automatically tell you, oh, that's not for me. And you would click off. So the reason why they go with this recipe is because it keeps it vague. So that's why they cannot say that you're legally required, because for a public library, for a public kindergarten, it would be not true. It would be a lie. So then, especially in the insurance world, lying is a big fucking no-no. I wonder, will they write it anywhere? Like anybody talking about insurance, selling insurance cannot lie. But offloading responsibility is so common in Quebec. It would feel unhinged if they didn't do that. You're talking about kids. Like, you would have lawsuits all the time. Like, the idea when they offload is not necessarily to even protect the person. It's just because the threat of lawsuit is too much. We're talking about kids here. That would mean that anybody could just fucking start a lawsuit against the person keeping a bunch of kids at home. Like, offloading this to just a literal government lawyer. To me, it would make sense. Like, I know that we could work like the US, and maybe I'm retarded. Oh, maybe I'm retarded. Pour obtenir sa reconnaissance, doit être couverte d'une... Oh, maybe I'm retarded. Ooh. Oh. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Pour sa reconnaissance. Well, fuck. That doesn't even say it. Do we have subsidized anywhere on that fucking paper, or is it just like an ABC on how to do it? Bro, this is unhinged. How is it that complicated to know something that simple? Anyway, even without insurance, the costs of operating are quite high. Yeah, and I'm sure that insurance wouldn't be that high anyway. It's often overblown, these things. But the other cost, yes. I would think they are. Okay, fuck it, we need to get back to work. Dan Williams of Intel sent out the pull request. Okay, you could ask daughter's educator later today. I think that's a weird question. Don't want to weird it out. I don't know about that one. I don't know. I'm a little bit too shy, okay? I'm a little bit too shy. I'll ask for somebody that doesn't take care of my daughter. Dan William of Intel sent out a pull request for laying out the new PCI infrastructure for PCIe link encryption for device and device authentication. The first implementation of that code is AMD SEVT-IO for trusted IO support. Dan explained in pull request. Let's just fucking read the pull request. This is just a start, first phase, more code to come. Alright. Weird is normal for me. I feel like it's something that will come with age for me, okay? It will come with age. I'll not give a fuck as much, but for now, I'm like, okay, I'm like in a half position stable right now. Let's not mess with anything, okay? Let's just keep stabilizing. Keep pushing some fucking pillars in the ground and hope that everything stays. To receive the new PCI infrastructure and one architecture implementation for PCIe link encryption, establishment via okay. What the fuck? This work result of multiple vendors coming to a consensus on some core infrastructure. Thanks, Alexei Yinlun and Anish. And 3 vendors implementation, although only one is included in this poll. The PCI core change have an acknowledgement from Bjorn. The crypto CBB change have an acknowledgement from Tom, and the IOMMU AMD change have an acknowledgement from George. It has all appeared in Linux Next with a small conflict reported by Stefan. I agree with his resolution, and some late build fixes for odd config reported by the zero-day robot. A small fix from Dan Carpenter I expected Tom to pick up for post RC1. I did take time at bit at 38 and the full free weirdness 43 based, okay? I'm taking my time. I'm getting on the path, okay? I'm getting on that path. PCIe link encryption is made possible by the soup of acronyms mentioned in the short log below. Okay, this needs to be a thing. This needs to be. Oh, this is so good. Links integrity and data encryption is a protocol for installing keys in transmitters and receivers for each ends of the link. That protocol is transported over data object exchange mailboxes using PCI configuration request. Holy fucking shit, bro, we're in. The aspect that makes this platform firmware service is that the key provisioning and protocol is coordinated through a trusted execution environment, a security management manager that is either firmware running on a coprocessor, AMD STVTIO, or a quasi-hypervisor software, Intel TDX Connect and ARM CCA, running in protected CPU mode. Bro, this is unhinged. The part that is unhinged is, I think I understand it. So what they're saying is, like, maybe I'm retarded, but this is my understanding. So you have a PCIe link, and what we're doing is we're encrypting from one side to another, and we're ensuring integrity through one side or another. IDE based. Okay. So, whoops. So on one side, you should have the CPU, and that CPU, to do the encryption and management, is using like the coprocessor thing or the Intel TDX. So it's like specific instruction inside of the CPU that run independent of the OS that will like manage this part. And I guess the other part, like the destination thing, you would need to have a PCIe device that is compatible with this shit in order to like do this thing. All right, now the only reason that TISM, okay, that trusted security manager, to run in this protocol and install the keys rather than have a Linux driver do the same, is so that later a confidential VM can ask a TISM directly, can you certify this device? That precludes host Linux from provisioning its own keys. That's so cool! Because host Linux is outside the trust domain for the VM. God damn, that's cool! It also turns out that all architecture, save for one, do not publish a mechanism for an OS to establish keys in the root port. So TISM established link encryption is only cross-architecture path for this capability for the foreseeable future. That's pretty fucking cool. Acceptance of the pull request unblocks the other Arch implementation to follow in the 6.20, well, in the next release, once they clear some other dependencies, and it unblocks the next phase of work, implement the end-to-end flow. Credential device assignment, PCIe specification calls for this end-to-end flow of trusted execution environment device interface security protocol. Okay. In the meantime, Linux gets a link encryption facility which has practical benefit along the same lines as memory encryption. It authenticates device via certificates that may protect against interposer attack trying to capture the cleartext PCIe traffic. The ongoing work is tracked in TISM Git branch rough map. Okay. That's actually pretty freaking great. Do we have, like, maturity map? Oh. Okay. Alright. I don't know if you know anything about this, but if you disagree with my, like, link explanation that I did, tell me. Because I need to know. Alright, link integrity, data integrity is protocol. Select keys transmitter at each end of the link. Alright. And what's the architecture we're talking at here? Like this is the push for what? x86? ... Am I blind? Well, it must be x86, but I guess only for AMD for now. I don't know. I think it is on the edge of paranoia. Yes, but it's... I find it cool. All right. What is Linus saying? Bah, I've merged this and pushed things out because my all mod config build was fine, but more testing showed that this is broken. Oh, fuck. And the AMD menu supported is the only defined for configuring. Whoops. Alright, so they fucked up. Okay, but it's still in. It's like, how the fuck did you find this? Okay. Okay. Okay, so the idea here. Alright, so I need to... Do I want to read this whole thing, or do I want to go broad strokes? Encryption between hardware component of the same computer. We are far from the open, no security OS that was DOS and CP/M. True! True, we're so far from it. But it is. It is very cool. This needs to be featured. I feel like this is something that is, like, good for the brain. It's just how to phrase it that will be kind of fucked. How did Phoronix talk about it? It's cool and explain, but it's just beginning, I think, not fully implemented, but it is just beginning, not fully. Well, my understanding is that if you have an AMD capable hardware, oh, well, yes. Like... Oh, okay. It would be implemented, but it would be unusable, right? Because this is only logical if you are within a VM, but right now the KVM part of things has not been implemented. And this is what you would need to make it usable. Yep. I don't see anything KVM related in this. Yep. And where are we with this? Ooh, documentation. Oh, fuck it. Let's go on Bootland for this. Bro, this exists? Okay. Okay. Documentation from the dev? What the fuck? Nah, I think we're pretty dry on this one. We're pretty dry. Bro. Can we be more dry, please? Yes, dry more. See this. Okay. I'll see. Based. Okay. Bridge. Okay, that's not only for what we care about, right? Host bridge. Host bridge topology, blah blah blah. Okay. Companion. Device object companion of the host bridge. Okay. Buffer. Let's consume a string. So IDE. Selective IDE stream pairing. Okay, so nothing of fucking value was learned. Based. I have no idea. Alright, assumptions will be followed. Alright. Do we have some, like, more ideas here? Okay, no, it's just, like, the freaking eulogies. And we have staging. Alright, I guess... Fuck me again, then. We know they have tested something. Yeah, but being that they don't have anything KVM related, that would mean that the only thing that is implemented is the kernel to PCI link of things, and that every other part of this is still untested. Right. Oh, sorry, I'm a retard here. I'm a retard. Let's check this. I hate... Isn't there a better way to, like, draw this? Isn't there, like, a Linux kernel documentation? The fucking Git. Sorry, this triggers me so much when we see things in, like, the most worst way possible. Like, can we have a little bit of eye candy here? So is it just, like, taking from here? How does this shit work? I'm not talking about the same thing. Is that the issue? tism.rst. tism.rst. Hi, Enigma. We're raging. We're doing gay. Given a high number of subsystem touchpoint and corresponding high degree of complexity of enabling the PCI device assignment to confidential guest, a staging tree is needed. The TISM Git staging tree provides integration point related topic to mature, gain consensus, and graduate to mainline. What follows is a rough breakdown of the enabling topic by phase, the relative maturity of those topics, and the architecture's support for those topics. Note: user ABI are not final until they ship and are consumed in a mainline release. The tism.git staging may regress and break user flow from one snapshot to the next. Note 2: a topic can go backward in score based on testing, ongoing reviews, and cross-vendor integration failure. The maturity score R. Mature. This, okay, so fucking works. Stabilizing. Initial known gap out of scope. Okay. So, goddamn. Okay. Description. PCI TISM core TISM establish PCI countermeasure PCI. Okay. PCI TISM core library, that's done. PCI IDE core library, that's done. Sample platform TSM driver prerequisite, that's done. Sample platform TISM driver implementation, that's kind of done, not fully tested. Arch platform TISM driver implementation, that's kind of done. And oh, they say the support of the Arch. Holy shit! PCI TISM address association support. Unique stream ID quick. Okay. Phase 2. Device lock. Accept. Guest side. Okay. So let's just understand this first. You are late. We were expecting you earlier. Nigma, we love you, okay? I'm streaming the whole day tomorrow too, okay? So you're gonna be able to be early tomorrow. If you can. Okay, so TDX, TIO, and CCA. So TIO is AMD, TDX is Intel, and CCA is ARM. Alright. So from what they're saying, this is pushed, resolved, done. Is this really where we are? Like if I go in here, what files were fucked around with? SCV, I believe it. Do we have TDX written anywhere here? We don't. So could it be that in their little branch part of things, they have the code for Intel, but they haven't pushed it, right? That would make sense. So they push the AMD part, not the ARM, not the Intel. Nigma, stop deleting messages. Because there's no TDX mention in here, right? Besides the top and CCA. Alright, okay. Alright. Not suicidal in any way. I didn't mean for it to sound like that. Okay, thank you. Please don't, okay? Do not die. Alright, so... Okay, so the idea here is in this branch. It is mature for Intel. Okay. Okay, got it. Got it. Fuck, flashbang. Bing. Alright. This is going to be a yapper of a start of a video. Alright. Yeah, that's it. We're like far from implementing this for real. Like there's no working thing for this, I guess. We're just bringing some drivers to be able to talk to TDX, TIO, or CCA in order to do that in the future. And right now we cannot even talk to a device on the other side. Alright. That's good. I got it. I think I got it now. I got it. Okay, let's put some, let's put this somewhere, okay? Let's put this somewhere so that we don't forget about it, because it is cool. Yeah, let's just copy it here. Okay. Okay, let's stop the yap and define. So... Okay. Feature. Introduction of PCIe link encryption and device authentication. using the new support for AMD TIO. AMD SEV TIO. Alright. Bro, this is going to be a yapper. I'm tired, stressed, crushed both physically and mentally. I won't go into why, because I don't want to dim you guys. We are far from dim. We have been talking about kids for the last hour, okay? We are Giga Sunshine mode. It's okay, Enigma. You can say whatever you want to say. We love you a lot. If ever you say something racist again, we'll be trigger happy. But apart from that, we're good. I'm half memeing, Enigma, okay? Don't take it personally. I'm just a debater, okay? I like arguments. Okay. So what we learned. Okay. So we're gonna make racist. Yes, you were being inadvertently racist. And the fact, I'm so sorry, but the meme that you sent, they were funny. I'll show one of them, okay? One of them deserve a medal. Okay? One of them. Can I get this shit? Copy the link. Okay, this one is funny, okay? This one got me. I like that thing. Like, we're just going at it, and MBWare be like, okay. But that one, okay, that one shows that you didn't understand the situation, right? You're like, wait, we had the same idea. Yes, always has, always will. It's because we disagree. Ohio, okay. It's because we disagree, okay? We disagree. The issue that happened, Enigma, let me TLDR you, okay, without going into it. I steel-manned your argument. So what I did is I said your argument, and I asked you, do you agree with what I just said? You said yes. And right after, I said, it is dumb for these reasons. And after that, you were stuck on the, but you agree with me. But I didn't say that because I agreed with you. I said that to show that I fully understood your point of view. It was simplification as stated above. Yes, the one above is like way too, like we cannot even read it. I read it because I'm a fan. Okay, I'm a fan. I'm all in, but like, what the fuck is this? Individual from a different culture should be allowed in, but in a limited, neat package. Like, is it neat? Meat? What the fuck? Packets in small meat. What the fuck? So both sides have time to naturally adapt without high rates of chaos. We should have a controlled amount of migrants, and they come into smaller quantities that we take care of. The issue is that both of these things have the same fucking issue, okay? Both of these are the same argument. They both are yours, okay? Both of them means what they're doing is more migrant, okay? What you're saying, without thinking about it, what you're saying is if there is more migrant, then it means that we have more problem. But what MBE and I were trying to say is that the migrant are not the source of anything here. The source of the problem is the civilians that don't give good policies for them to adapt. So you're just like, you're putting them onto the rails, straight to the camp, and you're wondering why they're triggered. That's all. I'm not connecting dots like a crazy man, that's the problem. I was pretty clear. I'm going to defend myself on that. I was as clear as it get. Alright. Alright. Okay. Let's explain what the fuck we just learned, okay? Racism, no. How hell should I phrase it? Seeing how I never meant to have migrant as the main point. You... Okay. Also, which one is mine and yours? Both are yours! You don't see how you said both time the same thing. Oh man. Are you talking about the explanation that I just did? Or the two buttons that you sent? The two buttons are yours, and the explanation that I did, the first thing is what you're doing, and the second thing, the, like, blaming the migrants and going to a bad result is what you're doing, and how to fix it is to not blame them, right? Yours as in the one I stated in the live stream. Oh, fuck it. Referring things in the past is fucked because we're like not getting there. Introduction to PCIe. If you want to write something long, you can. I'll react to it later. When I say later, I don't mean like half an hour. I just mean I'll focus on this. All right? Can I even diminish this? Okay. All right. Introduction of the PCIe link encryption and device authentication using the new support for the AMD SIO. In a search for ever more security and confidentiality. That's not how you spell that shit. Confidentiality. PCIe devs have gone above and beyond in fuck, this is way too verbose. As seen in the last kernel vids, most architecture and vendors are trying to make more and more to make confidentiality. How do we even write this? Okay, shality. As seen in the last kernel vid, most architectures and vendors are trying to make their product more secure on the confidentiality front. AMD SCV, Intel, TDX, ARM, CCA, all have different ways of making sure that a malicious host couldn't access the data of a guest. PCIe. Fuck. What am I clicking on? What's the name of this? PCIe link encryption is the next step in this. In this direction. Oh fuck, I'm reading. I'm too lazy. It's fine, but now I just laugh at it because we're literally the two Spider-Mans pointing beam and trying to explain our point, yet never fully seeing each other point. I can see your point, my friend. Also, did you remove, change what I posted? Or was it literally dreaming to have done so? Where would I remove or change what you posted? I don't get it. Are you talking on Discord? Alright. Let me share the stream with someone. I'm getting spammed, okay? I'm getting spammed. Alright. Here we go. That's what I also thought. Or your point. Fuck, I'm so confused about you, my friend. I'm so confused. Alright. Fuck your point. Fuck your point. Alright, as seen in the last kernel vids, most architectures and vendors are trying to make their product more secure on the confidentiality front. AMD SCV, Intel TDX, ARM CCA all have different ways of making sure that malicious host couldn't access the data of a guest. Of their guest. Of a guest. PCIe link encryption, I guess? Because it's PCI Express. Yes, it's PCI Express. Of course, it's Express. PCIe link encryption is the next step in this direction. Currently, PCIe communications are not encrypted. This could allow a malicious wording, my friend, wording, a malicious host to breach the... There's a name that was so clever in this, the like confidentiality layer or something. Rather... Bro, I skipped it. Is that the meme? Yes, I will worry about your racism. I just want to rage bait. And call you a racist once more. I'm memeing, okay? My day's going great. Okay, okay. Okay, enough memes. Super acronyms, okay, this needs to be written somewhere. It's triggering me. Am I retarded? They had a way to say it that was so cool. Trust domain. Okay. That's outside the trust domain. Okay. All right. PCIe communications are not encrypted. This could allow a to breach. This means that now the only reason to ask TSM to run this protocol, okay. My thoughts. How do I order my thoughts? Currently, PCIe communications are not encrypted. Which means malicious. Holy shit, how many times will I write this incorrectly? This means a malicious host could look at the data being sent through it. Also, I have realized that I have mistaken Asus and ASRock action together. So yeah, I am on some acid sometime. Yeah, ASRock had like 1 year of doing good things, right? they had like 1 year that they were truly just a cheaper Asus, right? And after that, they went like that in quality, and it became like, oh, you've got ASRock? I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry for you. I think I have ASRock. I think I have an MSI motherboard. I think I'm safe. MSI motherboards are still shit. You don't know what I am conveying, and neither am I. Therefore, I cannot predict. I cannot be predicted by my enemies. You would be a good PCIe link. Nothing gets through you. You're confused, and you confuse either side. Okay, you would be a perfect encrypted PCI link. Every motherboard is shit. Nope, Gigabyte is good. Asus was better, is now a little bit getting worse. Who else? I mean, there's also a side of, like, is the company that you're looking at fucking retarded and trying to engage into, like, the most dumb selling point possible? Like, that's probably why I hate ASRock and MSI so much, is because they will often, like, sell RGB filled, like, oh, this is compatible with the new Ryzen 9. But it's like the chipset that is limiting your Ryzen 9 as much as possible. So, like, they're so... the way that they sell things is... it's offensive to me, right? Because it pushes people to do things that they shouldn't do when building a computer. Alright. I'm never taking you, like, on the wrong way. I'm not saying that you're a retard I'm reacting, okay? This is what we do when we're live. We react. Currently, PCI communications are not encrypted, which means that a malicious host could look at the data being sent through it. To fix that, not a lot of there seems to be one. Shit. To mitigate. Fuck. Fix is better. To fix that PCIe different architecture have come to different solution on how to encrypt and hide these communications. Fix that different architectures have come to different solution on how to one thing that cannot be done is relying on the host for communications with the PCI. As the host is outside the... And this is where the magical word trusted thing, trust domain, is outside this trust domain for the VM. Oh, trust domain for the VM. This feels like an image to me. Fucking hell. And what are those things? You know. Not to do them, surely. Reframe your question, Nigma. I am confused. Okay. So, let's just spell out how each of them go about fixing this. So Intel TDX. So Intel TDX has something called Intel TDX Connect. Intel TDX Connect. Intel TDX Connect, and what is Intel TDX Connect? Could I have like a TLDR on this shit? And what path should it not be taken that these motherboard apparently convey? Okay. Doxing time! Alright. Ryzen 9. Let's go check at what motherboard is like the best thing. Or I'm probably doing this the wrong way. Maybe Amazon has gotten onto it. Oh. Motherboard. Alright. B850. Who gives a shit? It gets there. Alright. Specification. So, whenever you have a very fucking strong CPU, okay, you need to have the appropriate chipset for it. If you don't, it will kill itself. It's bad for the motherboard, it's bad for the CPU, it's bad for everyone in this context. The appropriate one is the X870. The B850 is not meant to harbor this size of CPU. But here, my issue is not that it shows up on Amazon, because that would be a little bit out of their hands. My issue is that when you look, they make everything look as if it's meant for this. They will price it as if it's meant for it. And like you can go even worse, right? Like look at this. The B650 Plus. Bro, this is never meant for a Ryzen 9. Oh, Ryzen Desktop 9000. Oh, okay. Do they go into Ryzen 9 in this? Do they actually say it? That would be even fucking worse. Let's go check. Well, at least they don't, I guess. But this is my core contention, is that it should be obvious, right? It should be said that this is recommended for like, maybe like the lowest Ryzen 7. Okay, maybe. I am aware I'm currently putting myself in a normal, insane individual that has a life. What a bottleneck. I hope this is not, like, sarcasm or something. Like, the issue is that there's a responsible way to do all this shit. The responsible way is to do what they used to do, which is to have a little list that states, hey, it's compatible for these CPUs. It's compatible still, but not recommended. Not recommended, right? It's not, you should really go, like if you go to their website, like, it should say, okay, for this, you should really go somewhere else. Like, let's go with a cheap one. Okay. Like this. Like if... Okay. Can we agree that this is a fucking piece of wet cardboard? If they ask you to run anything north of a Ryzen 5, maybe a Ryzen 7, they are unhinged. Let's see. Do we have... Oh, okay. Okay, it's AM5. So we don't know. Could we have a list? Or is it going to be hidden somewhere with the which BIOS you need section and making people think that, oh, we can actually just fucking make it work if I upgrade the BIOS? LOL. Right? That's the meme here. CPU supported list. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, it's bootable. You just need to update the BIOS. Okay. Nowhere else is there a recommendation for what you should run this with. This is retarded. And like, not only the BIOS, right, but the VRMs, right? the thing that is supposed to feed power onto your motherboard. Ain't it? And like Also, the mixing of things that shouldn't be on a specific motherboard. Why is there the I-powered fucking connectors for CPU here, right? There should be only the 8-pin. The extra 4-pin makes you think like this is an overclock motherboard. It ain't. Anyway, enough yapping, enough yap. TDX Connect architecture. Scope of this document. The scope of the document is the fact that you're going to get your ass headshot by a sniper in 5 seconds. Alright, this ain't it. This ain't it, Chief. AI, what you got for me? Alright, Intel TDX is an extension of the Intel Trust Domain Extension technology, which aims to secure and isolate environment for virtual machine known as Trust Domain. This technology is particularly relevant for cloud computing AI application where sensitive data is critical. TDX Connect facilitates secure direct memory access and connection between... Okay, so it's fuck, it ain't helping. It ain't helping. TDX module, TDX Connect, confidential computing, TDX module. Is there anywhere that I can, like, have some fucking idea of what this is for real and not just an AI bullshit summary? The image maybe will make me think. I hate when we're just going off like, oh yeah, there's 10 people on Earth that truly knows how this shit works. Have fun. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, got it, Chief. Easy. Easy is just the magic fucking beam. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, let's only focus on this fucking note. I guess that's the only thing we have. The idea of the was created first, but now we can even find the sources from the summary. Well, we can still get it. It's just that it's fucking useless, right? Because it points you to, like, this shit. Oh, wait. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Wait. Okay. Okay, and how is this enforced? Okay. Linux Coco. Well, the LLM box seems to work better than a lot of my research, so... enforced by DSM. Who the fuck is DSM? DSM. Device Security Manager. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. TE Security Manager. Okay, where? Okay. Okay. Trusted execution. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. I think it's clicking. It's clicking. Okay. Where is this? Based. Okay. Yes, I know that it's hardware based, you absolute buffoon. No, it comes from the fucking earth. Okay, so we're just saying that a fucking... Oh. Oh! Oh, alright, alright. We got it, folks. I'll go take it. Leak. Alright. Alright. Let's just read this shit so that we're not dumb. Intel Trust Domain Extension, Intel DDX, is Intel's newest confidential computing technology. This... Maybe that word should be... Maybe I should use that a little bit more. Like I use confidentiality, but I should say confidential computing. As seen in the latest kernel vid, most architectures and vendors are trying to make their own product more secure. On the confidential computing front. AMD SCV, Intel PCI encryption is the next step in this direction. Currently PCI communication are not encrypted, which means malicious OS could look at the data being sent through it. To fix that, different architectures have come to the solution on how to encrypt and hide these communication. One thing that cannot be done is relying on the host for communication, as the host is outside of the trust domain for the VM. Now, here is how each architecture handles it. I think my my fridge is fucking... but we need to know the source from where it's generated in some way to verify and greater extent this. Yes, yes. Knowing the source of something is always important. Good. We like some coffee, am I right? Oh, I have some coffee left. True, MB, true. Trust domain, which is the hardware isolated virtual machine design. Oh, am I using like copyrighted word? Trust. And I'm not using the right word there. Who gives a shit? Just the mistake. Thrust. Okay. I'll shove my dick into that domain. So, Intel. Intel uses the Intel TDX Connect. And, do we have... Okay. CPU SEAM, so secure arbitration mode. Okay, now for TDX, secure arbitration mode, are we using SEAM for this shit? Like the TISM? Is TISM initiated by SEAM? Ah, bro. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. Where's the, where's that, like, document from hell? I'm in. We're reading you, bitch. Okay, bro. Put it full screen for me. Put it full screen to me. Put it full screen for me. Okay. Alright. How the fuck is this triggered? Alright, so here we have like the specification sheet. Okay, a bunch of fucking acronyms. I'm in. Do we have SEAM in this? Do we have theme? Okay. Notation must. Shall. Okay. Making this as if we were making some fucking moral document. Alright, we have a bunch of other specification. Alright, I/O virtualization. I/O virtualization refers to the virtualization or sharing of I/O device across multiple VM containers and instances. There are multiple existing approaches for I/O virtualization that may be broadly classified as either software-based or hardware-assisted. Which software-based I/O, the hypervisors exposed a virtual device such as a network interface controller, NIC, to a VM. A software device model in the hypervisor or host OS emulates the behavior of the virtual device. The device model translates from virtual device commands to physical device commands before forwarding to the physical device. Modern processors provide features to reduce virtualization overhead that may be utilized by virtual memory, virtual machine, VMM? Fuck. Virtual machine management? Do we have VMM here? VM managers? I guess. Alright. Allow VM direct access to hardware resources. I guess it's they're talking about VM managers. Shit, things are cold right now. This include capabilities for direct memory access, interrupt remapping, and isolation that can be utilized to minimize the overhead of I/O virtualization. Specifically, Intel supports the following hardware-assisted I/O virtualization scheme for direct data movement without needing software assistance. Direct device assignment, assignment of entire device to a VM, single root I/O virtualization, SRIOV, and scalable I/O virtualization. All right. I/O virtualization with TDX versus TDX Connect. Base Intel TDX hardware prohibits device from directly accessing TD private memory. I should say trust domain, because when I say TD, I think about Toronto Dominion. TD Bank. TD Bank private memory. Therefore, only software-based I/O virtualization is supported. The untrusted hypervisor exposes a virtual device, such as a network interface controller, to TD using shared untrusted synthetic I/O and para-virtualized device interface managed by the VMM. Okay. Okay, so what we're saying... Oh fuck, I haven't thought about this news in that way. But that would mean that communication to a network card were always technically unsafe. Alright. Like, it doesn't matter. Because, like, what you're sending on the network is, of course, obviously something that could be, like, looked at later anyway by a true malicious actor. So it should be encrypted, but still. Oh, fuck. It's as unsafe if you didn't trust your neighbor in the host or the host itself. Yes. Yes, right, so... Yeah, nothing I've said is wrong here. You are bringing in some reinforcement of what I said. Thank you. I'm just questioning myself a lot. For some I/O such as network. Okay, I'm. Let's just start back from here. We were there. Okay. The software-based I/O model is slow because the communication between the trust domain and the device is done through a shared memory bounds buffer, which requires the trust domain guest to copy and encrypt back and forth the data between private memory buffers of application running inside of the trust domain and shared input-output buffers used by the device. Alright, that makes sense. But if my VM is somewhere I have trust the host at some point, physical access offers to many CV. But if my VM is somewhere, I have to trust the host at some point. Well, we're trying to go to that zero trust model, right? So the level that like Intel and AMD are at is that they have a special signature, which is well, I don't know how they do it, but technically is not fakeable, or would probably be very fucking hard to do without it being blatantly obvious that you're emulating like a CPU or some shit. So you have that running. So you're able to confirm that the CPU you're running on is actually what it should be. Then you're able to use the TDX like special instruction or AMD SCV special instruction to make sure that everything that is inside of your shit is encrypted. And now they're trying to extend that so that even your communication through PCIe, like, have nothing there. Nothing there is readable. Like, yes, I understand that we have to trust. I think that we agree, and you're just repeating something. You're saying something that we both like agree and believed on. The big reason why this is important is not necessarily because we don't trust Amazon, is because if Amazon gets hacked, you're not fucked. Right? That's the idea. Or if your neighbor in the VM is a Giga FBI enforcer, you're fucked. Okay, Nigma. I'll have to fucking read your shit out of context and blow your fucking brains out. Would 3 exist in a world if it is in said world? Okay, fuck. I mean, it is an opinion while underlying logic. What the fuck? Okay. So this statement, 1 + 1 is more than 1, is an opinion. But outside of how I don't even use the feature yelling some sources on them, it is an opinion while the why the underlying logic that the syntax abstract is not. Imagine a world where no one, absolutely no one, has accomplished some number, let's say 3. World 3 exists. Would 3 exist in said world? If it is a convenience between 2 and 4 an opinion. That's my view for everything. And there's no. What the fuck? There's no correctness in logic. I'm just explaining and be aware of my views. My take on everything. So, I'll read you and be aware. Start from everywhere. This news. So much for the lie. Why? I feel like you're making so many things that are simple so complicated. Okay. Scope is important, Nigma. When we see a claim, we can agree about that claim from a specific scope. So if we're talking about mathematics, right? 1 + 1 always equals 2. Right? Because 1 + 1, it is just true if you have one thing and you bring another thing to it, then you have 2 things. Like it's just always true. No matter if you understand it, it still exists. Just like the 3 in the forest that nobody observed is still a 3. It's still existing. It's still there. Right? So that's one thing. Now, if we go to news, there are scopes of news, right? If the news is, for example, Prime Minister of Canada made a speech. The speech was in Davos, and it was talking about Trump because of the threats that Trump made. The scope of this article is to explain what happened And everything inside of that can be checked as true, right? It can be checked as true. So you could say that the last part about Trump is an opinion, but there is a point. There is a line, right? There is a line where something is an opinion and like you're just being retarded. It's a little bit, if I was saying right now, I'm not talking to you, Nigma, right? You would say, well, Maple, you're being retarded, right? Because you're talking into a mic that then gets to me, and you know that I'm there because of chat. But I would say, technically, I'm not talking to you, so it's not true. You're not in the right scope. The scope here should be our discussion. Anyway. I'm just trying to, like... Like, you're making a lot of things complicated, but it's very simple. And if you follow all the little rules that I just laid out, life becomes very simple. I understand that we want the best secure environment. My statement is that in the end, we won't have a 100% secured VM anyway. Yeah, I agree. I think that it's the type of thing where... we have the line of perfection, and trying to get as close to the line as possible is what's important, as long as we don't like push ourselves away from the line by trying to get closer to the line, right? Same thing as politics. I start from I take an okay. The example is done with physical object normally, so no word. Fuck, I skipped this. Fuck me. Maple, you're going into specific news, not in the news like CNN. Alright, let me go through it for you so you're not confused. Please write 1 + 1 equal. Now, what is that equal to? 2. He's trying to get you to write 11. 9/11. Nigma, you better blow my fucking brain right now. Now imagine that you're in a world where their number 2 is not accomplished. No one, not you or me, knows about it. How would you logically convey its result to be correct? Okay, my friend, I'll bring you to a thing that you have never thought about before, okay? When you change the rule of the universe, hypotheticals become more and more dumb, okay? How would I convey something to an entity that is not able to understand or that has never seen the number 2? This person is not human. You get that if you like see somebody that is unable to conceptualize by default the number 2, you should be allowed to kill them. You get that, right? Because you are not a human if you're not able to conceptualize the number 2. My daughter is able to conceptualize the number 2. She's fucking 2. So, like, let's go one step further, okay? Let's go one step further because your example is, like, fucks things up. Let's say that the concept of pi has never been imagined, that nobody knows about it, that nobody is at that point where we know about it. Yes, the concept of pi still exists. Yes, if you were the first one to stumble upon the calculus of the circle and end up on pi, it will still be true. It would still exist. Right? This number is a fact of the universe. It's just like, it's a constant, okay? It's a constant in a program. The program that is the physics of the universe. Now imagine, okay. That is why I said that the example must be done with physical object, where two objects have more than one object. Yes, you could convey it using physical objects. Is your result correct, or your opinion correct result? It's not an... One or two object is not an opinion. It's just a truth. It's just that everyone in that world is naive. No, they're not naive. They would not even be human. No one in that world knows 2. It doesn't even exist for them. Write the symbol in any way, convey it in any way. They don't register. Yes, then they're broken automatons. You should have the right to kill them. I know it's weird and hard to imagine because we're aware of it, but imagine there's a number out here that we don't even know. But that's the thing. We have the capability of knowing. We have the capability of learning about it. And if a number is justified, if it is like, if it comes from a source, if we could communicate it to another intelligent being, it is a truth, right? So pi comes from somewhere. It is derived from a mathematical truth. It's not an opinion, right? The number 1, the fact of having one thing, or the fact of having 0 thing, is not an opinion. So what's the fucking point? Okay, Nigma. Is it an opinion that you need oxygen? Like, would it be an opinion? Okay, let's say that I deprive you of oxygen. Right? I put you in a room, I remove all of the oxygen, and then you say, I need oxygen to live. I'm going to die. Well, you wouldn't be saying because you would be dying, but before it happens, okay? You know it's going to happen before it happens. Would that be an opinion? Or would that be a fact? Right? Like, there are things that are fact. There are things that are opinion. Scope seems to decide what is a fact and what is an opinion because it helps us ground what we're saying. Yes, you saying it, thinking it, writing it is an opinion. No, it isn't. You don't understand what an opinion is. Okay, opinion, result, and fucking hell. Truth, opinion, and result, okay? It is both true and the result that you are going to die if you don't have oxygen. There is nowhere in that is opinion. Opinion would be me saying that it's a good thing that it happens to you, right? That would be an opinion. And even, let's go further, that opinion could be retarded if I specify the scope, right? And it could become not an opinion. So is it true that from a taxpayer standpoint, like having as much money as possible in the government coffer, that killing you would be a good thing? Well, no, right? It would be a bad thing. And that's not an opinion, right? That's just the truth that you don't make money off taxes if you're going to die, right? So fixing the scope could bring something from opinion to something that we could know the actual truth on. Based MB. What if pi is actually wrong? Well, okay, let's say that first of all, it's not. But let's say that we were at a primitive level where we thought that pi was just 3, right? Just 3. And everybody said pi is 3. Well, the truth is, the underlying truth of pi is that it's 3.14, 15, I don't remember. Anyway, it's that long number, right? The truth is it's that long number. We were always pointing to that long number. We just didn't have the precision to be able to describe fully. So what we did is we described the start of the proof, the start of the truth, not the entirety of it. So you wouldn't say, let's get one step deeper in this. It's a good example. Let's say that you have scientifics, right, mathematician that go into the calculus, and we're at this place where like pi is 3 and we think it's 3, right? And they both go back and forth, and one of them is like, I actually did some calculus, and we are at this, like, I think that it's 3.14 and all the other thing, and the other says, fuck, I was wrong, you're right, you have the proof, right? Was the other guy lying? Was the guy that said that is 3 lying? Or was he just doing his best with the tools that he had, right? We're still pointing to the same truth, we just don't have the goggles to see it. What if the correct result has never been... well, we will never register the full correct result of pi by that definition. We all have calculated the formula again and again, and somehow never seen or gotten the actual number instead of pi. The problem is that here you are talking about a universe that doesn't exist, right? Even if pi was wrong and it exists, yeah, and I imagine if pi is actually not infinite, it actually has an end, but we have never gotten it, therefore we're naive, and we all have agreed that pi is irrational. No. Here, you're being a layman, okay? You're being a layman. The mathematician, they say that we should consider it irrational because we have not reached the end of it. But it could be considered irrational. That's for the numbers that there is a possibility of it being, like, of it having an end. But there are some numbers that have been proven to be infinite, to literally never end. There is a mathematical proof that can be done for this that is not just, it's very long, right? Also, that is what happened before. It's called imaginary units. We need them yet before. We have never seen or known about its nature. What the fuck are you talking about? You need to read all the math books from the last 3,000 years. Real numbers are real. It's been proven that numbers go on forever exist. Maple, the point is that how can anyone be wrong if everyone gets the same result, yet in truth, that result is wrong? Okay. If everyone that... Okay. This is so retarded. If everyone that touches a box, okay? There is a black box. Everyone that touches it, that looks at it, says that it's a box, said that it's a black box with these measurements. Everyone measures it, and touches it and is a black box. It is a black box. Everybody agrees that it's a black box. Everybody sees that it's a black box. Everybody can observe, scientifically calculate that it's a black box. If you are saying that it's not a black box, that the universe is saying that it's not a black box, what you are doing here is you are creating a universe where experience truth, things that are true, can also be untrue. Like you can be here and not here at the same time. So you are creating a new universe that doesn't have the same rule. Thus, your example is fucking retarded. You're like creating a quantic universe that doesn't even follow the quantum rules. But information, there is a truth to information, right? Once you apply scope, there is a truth to information. Saying that there's not just makes you buy into Russian propaganda. This is the goal. But imagine a magical number that breaks logic. That's the issue. You're saying okay, right now there's a perfect program that's called the universe, okay? This perfect program has nothing breaking it. And what you're saying is, what if there's a magical break or return that makes us exit this program? Well, it doesn't exist, and it cannot exist by the existence of the program and by the fact that the program is itself continually perfect. You're talking about a universe that cannot exist. If everyone... Okay, it's not about everyone, okay? If we... Fucking... It's insane. Okay, there's a difference between everybody calling you the N-word and you actually being black, okay? There's... Like, let's just go in the heavy shit, okay? If everybody says Nigma is black, but Nigma is not black, okay? Then everybody is just lying. But we're just bending things here. Because what you're saying is not only that everybody is lying, you're saying that reality comports to having this thing, everybody directly experience this thing, they're not lying, there's no dysfunction, there's no mental dysfunction here. It's just that truth is and is not at the same place. That's retarded. You're just making a universe that cannot exist. If everybody's just lying about a thing, that's called propaganda. That's called being wrong. It's not... It's lying. And by the way, lying is not an opinion. Right? You can have an opinion about which team will win the next hockey game. Right? You can have an opinion on this because there is no set value for this, right? We don't know what might happen. There is still some probability. But having an opinion on something that is a fact, on something that is settled, is called being wrong or being a liar. Or not having the actual tools to read the full values. Fucking hell, because you're gonna be back with the fucking pie example. It's a problem in a mental paradigm. Okay. Any statement beginning with imagine can... I'm not sure I get what you're saying here. Any statement beginning with imagine can be used to explain logic, reality, or this universe. I can imagine everything. Okay. But you cannot, well, you cannot imagine something that is breaking fundamental rules of the universe, right? Imagine if I was here and wasn't. Okay. But now let's imagine that everyone sees me as black, even if, in truth, I am not. Are they lying? Are you black? That's the question. Is your pigment? Are you melaninated? Okay? If you are, but okay, let's say that you are physically black. You have the melanin for that, right? But fucking hell. But everybody, when they see you, they think that you're white, right? So in truth, you're black, but when they see you, they truly see that you are white. Then they would be broken humans with delusions, right? They would have a broken eye, and their definition of white would not be the same, or their definition of black would not be the same. There would be an issue, right? Or else you're asking for the universe to break. It can't exist. Everyone is just a brain. There's clearly some anomaly that somehow makes me look like a black person. Yes, but there's either a break in them not being actual humans, or or they have a pathology, or they're lying, or like the universe doesn't work. You've changed the rule of the universe, so it has no value. I feel like you're trying to make something deed that isn't. In that world, being black or white would not mean whatever the fuck it means today, right? Okay, Nigma, let's actually delve in your fucking example, okay? Everybody else sees you as black, and you see yourself as white. What that would mean, okay? If you want this to work within our current framework, if that would be the case, that would mean that your black and white definitions are inverted. So you would be delusional in that example, okay? This is the only way to make it work. It's not a mental paradox. If you create a world where, in all truth, you are like physically black and they see you as white, and like they can feel and test you as white. If they have a tool to see your amount of melanin, they can see that you're white. But when you do the same check, you can see that you're black. This is not a world that exists and that can exist because you are asking for a yes and no state of being, which doesn't exist. Okay, do you see how fucking retarded this is? There is a truth. There is a reality. And reality never diverge from one person to another, right? The table is still there, even if I cannot see it. We're in the same universe. My perception may be faulty, right? But when we say that something is, we're not saying that I perceive it as. We're saying that it is. It is a very different claim. How are you sure about that? Because if we don't, then we are going into philosophy of retardation, right? Am I thinking? Am I an automaton? Can I will something? Can I want something? It is so retarded and not fun to think about. It's just a waste, right? Even if God, let's say that God existed and that he literally like planned our whole life. We have no will. It is useless to think about it. Thinking about it is just wasting your time. And you should you should live as if you have free will. No, it's not literally quantum mechanics. Fucking hell. Us being able to calculate everything at the quantum level, which would allow us to do predictions about how things will happen, doesn't allow us to know the future of something, or to be certain about its states, or what it will happen with it, because we don't have the capability of analyzing the whole fucking universe. Fucking kill me, bro. Do you see how fucking worthless what that whole tangent was? Nigma, I want you to think about it. What have you gained from this? I'm not frustrated, okay? I just don't know how you think, okay? And when I say I don't know how you think, is I don't know how you cannot, like, back out a little bit and see what you're saying. And see how unhinged you're being. The fact that you think that you can, like, summarize quantum mechanics like that is actually really fucking arrogant. Your original point is not better. You need to think a little bit about why are you debating a thing and what you are debating and where you are trying to get with the things that you are debating or putting or proposing or saying, right? Me being able or not to explain quantum mechanics doesn't mean that you are equipped to. Okay? I'm not able to do some fucking cancer surgery, okay? But that doesn't mean that you are. Okay. And go ahead. Where are you going, Nigma? Where are you going with this? I could, you know, if you would have put as much time as defending some unhinged position you have and then going deep into things that are completely accessory to the thing, then maybe you would have more knowledge on the things that actually matters and you would be able to talk about these things. That's the question, Mabel. Okay. How can you see something that without change is just a probability? We can see probability because we can know about them, right? We know that there is a probability of a thing happening, so we can express it mathematically. And even if only one thing happened, we can say that a probability of things could have happened from that situation. How can you see a photon that never reflected towards you? You don't, it's not as if you observe the photon in a scientific sense, right? You're not literally seeing the fucking photon beam come to you. You can still make a mathematical output of something to be able to know what probabilities would have been, right? When you play poker, there are probabilities with the cards that you have in your hand, the cards that are on the table, right? And you not actually seeing all the card does not mean that these probabilities doesn't exist. It's just that the probabilities that you can calculate are the one that are facing you. They're the one that you have with the information that you have. Are you retarded? I told you. You will only observe the photons that come to the receptors. You can calculate probabilities. You get that because there's probabilities doesn't mean that multiple things happen at the same time. What the fuck do you mean the probability never forms? A fact of the universe is that there are these probabilities baked in. If there's no change to make it take form, then how do you get it? Huh? Okay, let's... what is it? It's Schrodinger's cat, right? Schrodinger's meow meow, okay? Let's say that there's a 50-50 chance that the atom goes up or down, okay? And when it goes up, cat dies. When it goes down, cat lives, okay? The fact that we observe or not doesn't change the probability. The fact that the cat died or not doesn't change the probability. The probability are always there because they're a fact of the universe. They are a constant, they're a truth, right? They don't change. When we observe, we can see the result, and the result also becomes a truth of our universe. If I observe the cat and I know that he's dead, then it is true that the cat died, but it is also true that there was a 50-50 probability. What the fuck is wrong with that? Do you control your hand, Nigma? Do you control your hands? Do you control your hands, Nigma? This is so retarded. Your brain controls the nerves, that controls the muscles, that ends up moving your hand, right? You don't control the atomic reaction, but you do control your hand, right? That's because of scope. So focusing on small things, like atoms, may yield you some probability. When you zoom out, these probabilities don't really change anything to you, right? We don't have to care that there are quantum superposition or this or that, because it doesn't apply to us from our scope, from our view, but it does apply when we zoom in. Yes, God could be the one snapping his fingers and making all the atoms move, and we wouldn't know about it. But everything that we have produced in scientific literature would not be false. You get that? It would just be true within the scope of what we have. No. No, that's the problem, okay? That's the fucking problem here. Okay. How can I... Okay. Do we all agree that atoms exist? Well, no, fuck it. I'll go to the end of this shit, okay? Maybe you've learned in school, maybe. I hope, okay? Like there is this model, okay? So the atom is a big kernel, right? And there's a lot of small... Please, Lord. Okay, so there's an atom. Fuck. Oh, would this do it? No, I guess not. Fuck me. And there's like protons and neutrons within the atom, and they're like a big ball. And there's these one, right? And there's the electrons that are in their orbit, right? Like there's this model, right? So this model is true. But the model that comes after it that says, well, actually, the electrons are not balls. They're actually like energy levels. So saying that they're balls, like that's not as fair. And they're not really like actual, like at different distance of the core, right? They're at different energy levels. So they're not actually like, we can go ahead and compare these two models and say that one is wrong or one is right. The truth is, these are models. And models are there to image a subsequent thing, okay? Both of them are right if we put them in scope of the technology that we have and the knowledge that we have. But at the end of the day, none of them are perfect because we are unable to visualize with a fucking camera an atom. It's impossible. It's physically impossible to do so. Unless we find some fucking magical thing that we haven't. We're unable with quality to see an atom. So we're going to use images that will vary in complexity depending on what concept we want to convey. But none of these are wrong. They're just built with additional detail. You are on a continuum of what's right or not, okay? So the first model is here on the right scale, and the second model is here on the right scale, and perfection is here. The goal is to get as much as possible there, but that doesn't mean that this one is wrong. It just means that it's less close to the perfection scale. If, again, as the original context and statement, if everyone is wrong, then how could you get a truth statement? If in a world where there is no truth, you cannot get truth, okay? If you remove truth from the universe, you cannot get truth. Good job. If no one knows better, then how could you get any result than what everyone has already gotten? This is not our universe. Our universe is able to get better result because we do. That's already 80% wrong of what an atom is. Bro. It is not. For most people, this knowledge to what the atom is better at conveying the truth of what an atom is. There is no fundamental right or wrong, such comes from context and opinion within those contexts. No. What the fuck? within the original context. And how is the truth the truth? If we removed anything, we trust. The truth is the truth because it is observed, because it is something of the universe, because it is a statement that can be backed up. We normally don't have the truth to a level that it is like epistemically true, okay? We cannot test something to the point that we like know it is surely 100% ourselves, okay? We rely on society to seek what is true. With context and with scope, we are able to know what is true to a reasonable amount. That's the thing. I don't know if you are a rapist, but I can assume that you are not because you're not in jail. This is a safe assumption. It would be truthful for me to say that you're not a rapist. It is not an opinion. Would it be an opinion for me to say that you're not a rapist? Like, how fucking retarded is that? What if our truth is wrong compared to the truth? Then the truth is wrong. If you are in a universe where the truth is not what it is observed and is like can be touched. When I say observe, I mean scientifically observed. I mean we truly try, like the best minds of this world try to observe something, try to know the truth, and they're unable to, then your universe is retarded. Because I could. Yes, you could be. But it's retarded. It's retarded to think like that. How retarded is it to say that, oh, the person that I'm looking at could be a pedophile or could be a rapist? You don't think like that. You don't look at your father and are like, maybe he fucked a child. Could have happened. I don't know. Come on. Like you don't live in this quantum superposition mind. Like you're just being anal to try to make a point, but your point doesn't exist. Like there is truth. Maybe you could say that 100% truthful, like you couldn't, if you wanted to be 100% truthful, you would say, I cannot confirm 100% that my father isn't a pedophile, but coming from the fact that he's not in jail, he's never been in jail, he doesn't have a criminal history, and I have no fucking reason to believe such a thing, he is not, right? That, hey, maybe I shouldn't trust everything I read and see, but you're advocating for the inverse. Do you realize that? When somebody is trying to be an ultra skeptic, when somebody says everybody could be wrong, everything could be a lie, and everybody like could just make up a story, what you end up being is somebody less informed than someone that says, some people are experts in their field, we should listen to them, we should follow what they say, and you know what? If they are like catastrophically wrong, at least I will have edged my fucking bet by listening to the people that normally know what the fuck they're talking about. Yes, and you went into fucking atoms. Do you realize? Since the start, MB, where and I All that we were saying is that it is more efficient for a normal human to read the fucking summary from an LLM. You did not explain why you're not using it. You said that truth doesn't exist. And I'm sorry, an LLM cannot lie. Lying requires intent, okay? An LLM could be wrong because an LLM is not trying to get a truth, okay? An LLM is trying to compress all the knowledge that it's trying to get and to express it into a way that we understand. It's all it's trying to do. If the info is wrong in, the info will be wrong out. This is why MBE came in and said, well, you need to confirm, right? You need to confirm with, you know, the expert that I was talking about, right? The source. What you're saying is retarded. There's no such thing as our truth. There's truth, and there's opinions, right? Saying our truth doesn't exist. You're adding a new word for confusion. People that say our truth just have, like, their feelings, I guess. What about imaginary units? Holy shit, I'm wasting such... I feel I'm trying to understand how you think. Is this ego? Am I fighting your ego? Or are you like... You haven't laid out any logic here, besides not trusting everything. And I've laid out how every piece of what you said doesn't work. Okay, Nigma. Imaginary unit is just the y-axis, but before it was accepted, you would have been called an insane person. No, okay? No. What you're talking about is the difference between, like, culture. Oh, we're gonna use culture, right? Culture and maybe consensus and real fucking truth. They're not the same, but it doesn't mean that consensus is an opinion, right? Consensus can be based in some truth and some opinion, or maybe even political pressure. I don't care. The Russians think they're correct in invading Ukraine, and they've been brainwashed. The truth is still that it's bad, right? Do you understand that? Like, if somebody believes that raping is good, yes, because it... You're not that retarded. It's clear why I'm doing this. I'm saying this because I want to make you see how fucking retarded what you're saying is. Somebody being brainwashed doesn't mean... Bro. Somebody not being able to see reality does not mean that they, like, that they are correct or not. They are brainwashed. They are unable to see. Right? You can, what you could say that would be truthful is their perception is X, right? Their perception is that white is black or black is white. But in that state, they would be in a delusion because you're describing somebody that is deluded, right? Or that is incapable of seeing something. So when you say you knew about the truth, but their truth is correct in their opinion, what you're stating here is something that is retarded, because there is two possible things, okay? It's either something that you can have an opinion about, like, oh, will my hockey team win? Then, I mean, their opinion is not truth, it's their opinion, and if they call it truth, they're retarded or they're doing banter. Or the second thing is that we're describing here something that is calculatable, something that is seeable, something that can be imagined. There's something that can be like computed, okay? If you're describing something that can have a true value assigned to it, and you're saying, oh, they're saying it's a false, and we're saying it's a true, then if I bring in the proof for it, they are delusional, or lying, or wrong. For sure, it's your ego, my man. It must be your ego. Oh, man. Okay, in a world where everybody's lying, right? Okay, okay. I'll make an analogy. I'll make an analogy, okay? Okay, it's an analogy. Okay? But now let's inverse that and let's say everyone is brainwashed and the person is not. Okay. What you're describing is Russia. Okay? So let's make the parallel, okay? In Russia, if you say fucking up Ukraine is bad and will lead to a bunch of deaths and there's nothing good for us, the people, to do this, everybody else will be like, no, we must follow their leader. We must do this for this reason and for that reason, because they're brainwashed, because they have been lied to. The truth in there is a true thing that doing this is a net bad for its citizen, right? That's a true thing. It can be calculated. It can be proven, right? It is a true thing. But the people are delusional, so they are getting away from that truth because of the propaganda. So they are wrong. The way we get a truth is not by how many people vote for a thing or how many people see a thing. A truth it exists because it exists. And the way that we go about justifying its existence is through calculation, proofs, and like, it depends, right? If it's mathematics, you're going to make like a fucking white paper about it. If you're trying to talk about what's a good path to take politically, you could make an overall calculus about what will bring wealth or something, right? And here, when I was saying that it was good for the people, I was making the scope on like the economy, the standard of living of the people, and like actual dying and suffering of people, right? That's the scope. Then what would be the result compared to the previous one? So you do get what I mean with there's no fundamental right or wrong. Both are correct in their own context. No. What the Russian people are doing is wrong. And individually, by being part of that, they are morally wrong. There is a fundamental wrong as a human being. If you do, okay, we need to assume a little bit, right? Let's not be retarded, okay? There is some fundamental right or wrong in morality. There is some fundamental right or wrong in like physical space. Can we agree on that? In their perspective doesn't have any leaning on truth. You're talking about two different things. So let's say that you think that you're, okay, let's make an example. I'll make an example and it will work for you, okay? I'll explain all of the ways. It will be so clear. Nigma, I want you to listen up and to stop writing, okay? Stop writing right now. If, please, listen up. Stop writing, listen up. Let's say that somebody comes to your house, okay? And they put you in the trunk of their car, like violently. They fucking kidnap your ass, okay? They put the bag over your head, they put you in the trunk of the car, and you have a gun on you. And right before they close the trunk, you shoot them. And when you manage to liberate yourself, you see that it was your father trying to make a surprise party for you. From your point of view, it was the right thing to do. Morally, it was the right thing to do because you were protecting yourself and you didn't know those details, and it was you could have died, right, if it was a bad person, right? The truth is you shot your father, right? The moral weight of that action is not that you're a murderer because you didn't know. So the truth is you killed your father. You don't, at least from my moral point of view, you shouldn't have the moral weight of having murdered your father because you have not murdered your father. It was self-defense. Those are two perspectives, right? You have the perspective of the father trying to make a surprise and thinking it's all right. Because of course, like, I'm not hurting him for real, right? I'm just making him making a scary thing. But there is also your point of view where you don't see, right? There's two perspectives. Perspective don't reflect truth. Perspective is your narrow vision of a thing. Truth is something that is tested, observed, proved. So truth would be known after the fact. So after the fact, you shot your father, you go look and you're like, oh fuck, the guy with the fucking mask was my father. I shot my father. Now this is a truth, right? Because it is observed. I mean, unless there's like magical beings and the laws of the universe doesn't apply, you shot your father, right? That's the truth. At that time, your perspective was that, like, perspective is not truth, right? Okay, both people have a perspective. Like, perspective has nothing to do with truth. What truly happened is truth. Okay, the fact that he kidnapped you and that you felt as if you were going to die, that feeling is true. But the underlying truth is that it was not what he was trying to do. Right? Can we live in the real world? Can we agree that there are some things that are true, some things that are not? And in that world, if somebody were to tell you that you murdered your father, you could tell them, no, I did not, because I didn't know that it was my father, and I didn't know that he had these intentions. It must be. I tried. I tried. You need to. Okay. Okay. I'm going to assume from prior interactions with people of your type. Don't take it negatively. Maybe it's ego. When you think that you are bringing a logical position or that you are saying something that is truthful, it is often good to try to ground the limit of what you're saying and to try to understand what the other person is saying. So for example, if I say, the LLMs are less useful. Okay, let's do something. Let's say that you say, I don't use LLMs, I think they're trash. And I say, I think that LLMs are useful, they're faster than making the research ourselves, but we still need to make sure to confirm the information that they give us. Both of these positions don't need to go further. You don't have to go into debating the use case of LLM, especially when the point that you're going at is that truth doesn't exist, but then truth exists, but then truth doesn't exist, but then perception. The scope of what you were arguing went from this to infinite. There is no value in getting there. I was trying through the whole conversation to see if there was an underlying understanding of something, an underlying idea. There was not. You're expanding the bounds because you come from the assumption, and this is me assuming because of course I cannot read your mind, but you come from this assumption that your original thoughts were correct. So then you try to justify things that maybe I'm arguing at, but that doesn't fit whatever you were stating. Because the only thing that you stated at the start was that LLMs were like not something that you use. But then we went on a whole new thing, and you started to try to defend or to draw an image that like doesn't mean anything. So just to make it clear, restricts your scope, or an easy way to do this, especially in text, is to write what you want to do. I disagree that LLM can be factual, or I disagree about your vision of truth when you say this. And then you go about debating that specifically, and if ever you veer away from this, you can just say, hey, I want to go back to this because I don't believe that you have addressed this, right? Because whenever you don't do this, you just go everywhere. You haven't even explained what you're getting from this story of yours. It depends. At the start, I was just trying to understand your point of view. My story that I'm doing right now, well, that I did like 2 seconds ago, was because I have a lot of autistic people in my life that I've come in and out of my life, and I've seen a lot do things exactly like you. So to like defend an expanding position to the death, even if it doesn't make sense to defend any of it. So like maybe it's just like not the, how can I say that? I feel like it's a little bit different from somebody that is on the spectrum and not on the spectrum whenever arguing this shit, because that sounds a little bit bad, but there's a level of shame that you can induce in someone by pushing an idea again and again. So like whenever like no shame can be experienced on that, like there's a problem. Anyway, I don't know how to state it correctly. Autism is fun. You stated that one of them is more correct, so tell me, where's the more correctness? Okay. I stated that both are neither correct nor wrong, because it's just a matter of their context. Okay, what do you mean by correct or wrong? If you mean morally, yes, you are right in what you're saying right now. If you're talking strictly about morals. Or do you mean about, like, their perception of the truth? I guess you would be wrong if you shot your father, because it wasn't true that, like, you shot, like you were not in reality getting kidnapped. Like, whenever you bring context, correct, wrong, instead of truth and what actually happened, you're just going somewhere else. And you say that that was wrong, so which one is the more correct? Provided the right one. I'm not defending even here. I'm asking for your idea. You have made a story to explain and then you never explain. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm asking what is correct. I don't know. You're correct or wrong. It's your story. That's for some reason needs to be so dark. Okay, let me make this as clear as possible. I am trying to merge. We are a Git, Nigma, okay? We are a Git right now. And I'm trying to merge. What I'm trying to merge into you, the commit that I'm sending, is limit the fucking scope of your arguments and ideas, and you will have better discussions, and it will help with how you construct the things that you say. Because or else you end up with infinite discussions like this one, where because you have somebody in front of you that is endlessly good faith, that will literally go at any depth in order to try to understand where the fuck you're coming from, you're going to talk for hours about useless shit. This discussion could have been useful, right? We could have gone to an agreement, we could have gone somewhere, but we did not. So by limiting the scope of something, we're able to get there. That's all. All right. So, I hate this LLM box scrap. The ads were annoying enough, but no. It's also very evil towards normal individuals that are so gullible. The idea of AI summary was great at first, but now we can't even find the sources from the summary. Half the time, what is summarized is not in the pointed link. Exactly. I often take the summary, open new LLM window, and ask for a link, a list of links to validate each statement. It helps. I usually just go to reliable websites and closely read their crap in order and get a general idea of all their sites. You know, surfing the webs, so they say. For some subject, unless you have an unlimited amount of time, it would take days to find reliable sources, while the LLM might get you to in minutes. But we need to know the source from where it is generated, its summary, where it's generated its summary to verify and have a greater understanding. You don't need to surf on all the beaches of the world to find the place with the greatest wave for that time of the year. Somebody did it for you. And LLM have served the whole internet. I don't want to be rude, but that sounds like a skill issue, seeing how actual reliability doesn't actually exist. And what I mean is the known brand, Altium, for example, for hardware. I take everything I read as news, and therefore I never take it as absolute truth and assume the worst for lies. It was talking technical, but not in my eyes. Everything is an opinion, and therefore I desire not one, but many. So there are less invisible holes that I have patched. So is this statement 1 + 1 is more than 1 an opinion? It is an opinion, while the underlying logic of the syntax abstract is not. How is this not denying that truth exists? 1 + 1 is more than 1 is not an opinion. The statement is not an opinion, okay? There's no way to construct that as an opinion. I don't know how you can... Like, I'm rereading this, and I'm getting more triggered than I was. Because you were even more blatant. Like, saying that it's a skill issue to not be able to find something without using an LLM. It's not a skill issue, it's just called being able to parse through more data faster without having to read it all. Holy fucking shit. And saying, I take everything I read as news, and therefore I never take it for absolute truth. Nobody takes something as absolute truth just by reading news. And assume the worst for lies. Holy shit. Like, you shouldn't assume everything you read from news is lies. It should be the inverse, right? If you have a reliable news source, you should just assume it as generally true. And if it is something that is exceptional, then you should test it a little bit more. One plus one can mean anything. No. Nobody, as soon as you say that, you're running into the Russian mind frame here. Oh fuck, I'm gonna have to go for today. You're running into the Russian mind frame here. As soon as you say 1 + 1 can mean anything because somebody could think it's something else. No. Everybody agrees that 1 + 1 is 2, and anybody else not believing in that or knowing that is fucking retarded, and if they don't know how to parse 1 + 1, then teach them fucking math. That's all there is. Nobody takes news as 100% factual. The truth is that if in the news it was written that you're a pedophile, you would not start believing that you're a pedophile. We look at news, we generally believe it, and then test whenever there's some fucking insane claim. Yes, I trust news. I do trust news. Like, there's a difference between saying news is inherently, like, evil and, like, you shouldn't trust them. And, like, just being, yeah, maybe sometime when there's an exceptional claim, I should seek exceptional, confirmation. If you cannot see how what I've read like a couple of minutes ago sounds insane and unhinged, I don't know. Okay, I love you guys. I'll probably read this a little bit offline. I don't know if I'll make a stream later. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But tomorrow for sure, there will be one. So in all cases, I really need to go. I need to go take my daughter. So love you all. Love you, Enigma. Even though you're a little schnipper, okay? You're a little... You say young things. You say a lot of young things. No. It's not insane because I assume the best scenario. It's insane. It's not insane. It's just not. Right? It's just not. There's a point where you need to assume that peoples are human. Where you need to assume that reciprocating, like, default values is just something that exists, that is default. Bye. I love you all. 5 hours today. Wow.